All right, so we're going to get together and start, and we'll get all this preliminary stuff. The attorney just texted me. He's 5 minutes away. And so I'm, oh, they got me a gavel this time so I can make noise. All right, so I'm going to call the meeting to order. And so we'll go to a moment of silence and a pledge allegiance to the flag. So I guess we'll stand for that. All right, and now we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. And I want to remind everybody about the conflict of interest. If anybody knows of any conflict of interest that they might want to bring up, this will be the time to do it. And at that, then I'm going to get Jesse to do the roll call.
Commissioner Blanton?
Here.
Commissioner Claus?
Here.
Commissioner Gardner?
here.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Here.
Commissioner Millette?
Here.
Commissioner Rader?
Here.
Commissioner Roller?
Here.
Commissioner Service?
Here.
And Chairman Corbett.
Here. All right, and so from there we'll go to the approval of the agenda. And so this will probably be the last meeting we have the approval of the agenda because all the other boards and commissions don't do that. What happens with their chairs is they ask, does anybody want to change anything on the commission? And if they do at that time, they entertain changing it, but it's not really something that needs to be approved. So this meeting will be just like we always do it, but next meeting you may see a difference. Yes, sir, Tom.
So, as we all know, we saw a large change to the agenda yesterday. So I would like some explanation as to why the Blue Crab agenda item was removed.
Because I didn't think it was time to see it with the information we had, and so I took it off.
So this was a decision by the chair to take it off.
This was the chair's decision and the chair's only.
And so to recount, we delayed it due to our storm shortened. We look back over the last year, we had a snow-ish event that led us to reschedule a meeting. It was shorter. So we delayed it till when was that?
I don't even know. It's been delayed.
So we've removed it from the agenda twice now.
Right.
Correct. So what more information are you looking for, Mr. Chair?
That's not for you to know. That's my personal thing. I'm chairman. I took it off, and that's where we stand. So that's all I got for you.
I'm just, a lot of us prepared for reading that document, and the public was prepared, and at the last second, we removed the item. This is an important fishery, arguably one of the most important in the state, and I guess I'm just confused as to why we're not taking action on it.
All right. Thank you. Yes, sir.
I have to say, Mr. Chairman, I think the commission and the public deserve an explanation as to why.
And I just told you the explanation. I took it off. I didn't feel like it was the time. My decision only. And so it's off.
Understood.
All right. Approval of the agenda. Anybody make a motion to approve the agenda? And a second, Sarah?
I request a roll call.
Okay. Jesse, give us a roll call vote.
Give us 1 second. That should be popping up. There we go. Commissioner Blanton?
Aye.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Millette? Commissioner Rader?
Abstain.
Commissioner Roller?
No.
Commissioner Service?
Abstain.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. Okay. approval, I guess everybody's reviewed the minutes from the last meeting. If we can get a motion and a second on the minutes, unless somebody found something they didn't like in it.
Move adoption of the minutes.
Okay. Second? And unless somebody wants a roll call, we don't need one. We can just, so. Hey. You go ahead. Yep, that's, no, just all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain? No? Oh, did you? Okay, I didn't know.
Mr. Chair, may I ask for a point of order?
Yes.
May I ask where the authority for the chair to make a change to the agenda so unilaterally, where that authority, from the source of that authority?
You want to answer? You want me to?
So it's the chair's prerogative to set the agenda, both under Robert's rules and under the statutes. The chair sets the agenda and calls the meetings.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm not suggesting this, but the commission can overrule the chair on these motions and put things on the agenda if need be. Correct? I'm looking to you, Mr. Reynolds.
Looking back at you, Mr. Roller. No,
Just to be clear who I was asking.
right. You can't. No. I understood. I was just giving you a hard time, as I like to do, because
Which I enjoy. Thank you.
Well, we get along very well. But the members are welcome to make motions to by majority approve whatever motions have come in, as long as they're appropriately recognized and brought forward. So yes, theoretically, it is possible to override the chair's decision, but the agenda's already been approved now. So
Understood. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm not making that motion.
but
I'm just
generally
having this for
speaking,
conversation
right? Sure.
purposes.
Generally speaking, and I'm happy to talk to you more about it. And sorry, I was a minute late. It helps you when you don't forget your stuff and have to turn around and get it halfway in. But the procedure for doing that doesn't override the chair's ability to set the agenda for a meeting and decide what stays on and what comes off.
Understood, but we can add to that, my point, if we, by majority vote.
You can raise issues at a meeting, absolutely. That's your prerogative as a member, sure.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to let Jesse go through the chairman's report, the letters and online comments, and ethics training.
I'm happy to report, Chairman Corbett, that everybody is up to date on all of their ethics training and statement of economic interests. There have been no advisory committee meetings in between now and your last meeting, so I don't have anything to report for that. Likely we will have some advisory committee meetings coming up in January of 2026, though. As far as the written public comments that were received, they should be in your briefing materials. We had a good number of online public comments submitted, as well as a handful of resolutions and letters from other entities.
All right, so with that, no questions or nothing, I guess we get Chris Savage to come up for the nominating committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a while since I've been to one of these meetings. I've kind of considered myself in the DMF Witness Protection Program for the last year, but I got a little reprieve today, so good to see everyone. So, I'm afraid I can't divulge that, Counselor. Sorry. So yeah, I'm here to present information on the nominating committee. So North Carolina general statutes require that the MFC approve nominees for federal fishery management council seats for the governor's consideration. The governor must nominate no fewer than 3 individuals for a federal fishery management council seat. The U.S. Secretary of Commerce will appoint one of the nominees to the council seat. Robert Rule is the current obligatory member from North Carolina on the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council, and he's completing his first consecutive term, so he is eligible for reappointment. The MFC's nominating committee met last month and forwarded the following individuals to the MFC for consideration for the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council's obligatory seat. And those nominees are Robert Rule, a commercial fisherman and vessel owner from Dare County, Mary Ellen Balance, a commercial fishing industry member from Dare County, and Thomas Newman, a commercial fisherman and vessel owner from northeastern North Carolina. Biographical summaries for each are included in your brief material. So the commission needs to approve the nominees for the North Carolina obligatory seat on the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council today. And as always, we advise that the commission not select preferred candidates for any of this appointment or any of the appointments presented to them, but rather leave those decisions to the governor. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir, Tom.
Would you entertain a motion?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. As is our job, I move that we approve all 3 names for consideration.
Second, Rader.
All right, no more talk. We'll move on.
Would you like me to do the roll call vote, Chairman
That'd be
Corbett?
great.
Awesome. Commissioner Blanton? Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood? Commissioner Millette? Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. All right, and before you go, Chris, I got a question for you. It has nothing to do with any of this, and it's out of left field. And so some almost 6 years ago now, 5.5 years ago, we went to the Atlantic states on spots. And at the time before you went, you had asked me to talk to you about it, and I told you then, that closing it during the wintertime was bad because it was during the sea mullet fishery, and we wouldn't gain anything because we were killing the spots that were there as a bycatch fishery, and that we needed to do it in the summertime when it was a direct spot fishery. And so we went to the FMFC, and they closed it for 3 years, for 5 months a year, and they couldn't get a 1.5% reduction in any year. And not only did they do that, but we were shoveling spots overboard dead every day because we couldn't use them because of when it was. And at that time, I called you at almost the end of the 3rd year, and I said, Chris, if we close this thing for 3 weeks, and I can't remember if we said June or July, what would our reduction be? And you had somebody in the office, and they looked it up, and it was like 17%. And I said, we'd be a lot better off to take that 17% if we really want a reduction than to keep throwing spots over dead. And so the 3 years lapsed, and it was supposed to be at the end of 3 years that was over, and it would move into another process, which it was never brought up that it had moved into another process or anything. And so here we're on the 5th year now, almost the 6th year, and we're still letting these guys shovel spots overboard dead that are doing nothing to help our fisheries when we're trying to, the whole reason for doing this was to make that stock better. And we can't make that stock better if we're shoveling stuff overboard dead because I guess it's a bycatch in another fishery. And so I've been talking to Cat a lot and trying to figure out how to change that. And then the one answer I got was that we'd be out of compliance, and I want to know how we're going to be out of compliance with something that ended 2 years ago. And I know you know that, I don't know, I'm guessing, but you're probably going to see a lot of people make public comment on it tonight, because we're coming up on December 10th again. And, at that time, these fish are worth $2.50, $3 a pound, and they're shoveling 400 or 500 pounds of them over a day. And even if it wasn't a dollar value to it, it's the fact that we're not saving anything because it's during the sea mullet fishery. Now, we know in the summertime, and we do by landings, whatever you're catching the most of, that's the fishery you're in. And in the summertime, it's a spot fishery. And we also know that they catch pretty much spots only, maybe a few bluefish, something else. But if we close that in the summertime, we're not killing any fish because those guys quit fishing because they can't catch spots. Which is confusing to me as to why we keep fishing, or not stopping them from fishing during the summer when we can get, instead of not even getting a 1.5% reduction in the in the wintertime, when we can get like 11 to 17% in the summer. And we may see, because right now we don't know that we fixed anything or not, because we're not getting any of that data, because we can't fish then. But so tell me about the non-compliance thing if we do this, and how that filters in, because I don't have the person I talked to, but I did talk to somebody up there, and they were like, I don't see how it's a non-compliance issue. But so I know you know how all that works. You've been the AFMFC guy as long as I can remember, so.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Couple things. I'll get to the non-compliance part and the whole process. Okay. But the first part about how long the measures stay in place, and it depends on the traffic light analysis, which is the kind of the stock determination tool they use for spot. It was. For spot, it was kind of on the edge of being able to relax those measures. The management board that handles spot at ASMFC has decided to continue those because we know we have a stock assessment coming up eventually, but also over the concerns of having, kind of going in and out of needing to take a reduction or not. And that's, so what they were concerned about was it was kind of close to, being able to maybe relax things for at least part of the spot population. But you relax things and you go right back into that yellow or red condition. You have to re-implement those measures. It's kind of tough for the fishery to adjust to, and also some administrative burdens. Kind of a lot of states they don't have the proclamation authority we do in terms of like taking things off the books and putting things back on the books. So that's why stuff is still in place.
So let me ask you this question. Would you go in there with that? So we can, it's always been before, and unless something's changed, we can come up with our own, as long as we're at their measure or greater than their measure. We can come up with our own, because other states don't do the same thing we do, as long as they're coming up with a greater measure. And so then again, and I've been talking about this for 3.5 years, and so why would we not, as our state, have considered in all this time moving it to the summer so we can get 11 to 17% instead of less than 1.5%, if we're truly trying to help the stock?
Okay, so segues into the next part. Staff looked at other options for a closure to meet the reduction, maybe not 11 to 17%, but there's certainly, you could make that reduction as large as you want, depending on how long and when. And it's one of those situations where if you move it to say a different time of the year, it would certainly reduce the concerns that the ocean gillnet fishery has in the wintertime. It would add those concerns to, and bycatch issues potentially to other fisheries in the summertime. And after, looking at the information and thinking about the objectives that we originally put in place for the spot closure was not only to try to meet some sort of reduction, reduce the amount of discards, which you've and others have said we aren't really hitting that mark, but also to give the fish a little bit of a break as they start to work their way offshore to go spawn in the wintertime. What we've done here is we've sent a proposal to ASMFC that moves that season. Instead of closing December 10th, it starts January 1st, and instead of ending on April 5th, it goes to like the end of April. I don't have the exact dates in front of me. We can't just unilaterally do that. It needs to be reviewed by the management board. It's deemed a conservation equivalency proposal. So it's just not a matter of just sending this in and being able to do it right away. We need some review from the spot plan review team, possibly the technical committee, the law enforcement committee. Then it'll go back to the management board for their approval. As you know, December is right around the corner, so we're not going to be able to get all that in place for this year. But if it is approved, we could have that in place for the following, this time next year, to where the fishery will remain open through December. Which, from talking to folks in the fishery, although yes, you can catch spot year-round in North Carolina, it seems like the discard issues were more of a problem in December as opposed to, say, later in the wintertime as those fish start migrating further offshore to go spawn and not where people are setting gill nets for sea mullets. So that's the plan, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get all those boxes checked, so to speak, through the process in time to have it in place started in 2026. But the hope is to have that in place the following year while we still have to take these reductions. The stock assessment still hasn't, it's on schedule. It hasn't been done yet. But yeah, we're as long as we have to take some sort of reduction, that's going to be the plan after next year.
And I still say, as I've said, and I've been trying to get this done for 2 years, so I'm glad to hear we're finally sending something after 2 years. The closure still needs to be in either June or July for the 2 or 3 weeks and get a reduction that helps the fish, And I know why Virginia don't want to do it in June and July, because that's their big haul seam fisher and their big gill net fisheries for spots. And they absolutely, that's taboo because they catch so many. But, my thing has always been North Carolina needs to do it at that time period on their own, and we don't care if everybody else is only getting a 1.5% reduction. If we're doing 10 or 11 or 17 or whatever it comes out to, and I can't remember the exact numbers because you and I talked about a bunch of weeks. But that's a whole lot better than not getting 1.5.
Yeah, and in reality is, we haven't seen a reduction at all. Regardless. And again, it's that is an option. We did seriously consider some sort of spring closure, like maybe not July or June, July, but maybe May, June.
Well, the trip ticket data looks like that if you do it in June or July, you were talking about other species getting, there's not that many other species that are being caught with them. Maybe a few bluefish, maybe a few croakers, but not many. Not the amount that's being caught in the other time of the year, targeting sea mullets and then, once you get into the middle of January, you start targeting croakers, and you catch the spots as a bycatch and then too. So it's just, to me, it's just we're killing so many fish when we got so many people worried about spots right now. We're just killing so many of them and shoveling them overboard. And I got guys that are going to probably come here tonight and speak, and I'm sure on their phones they've all got videos of them shoveling the stuff overboard and saying bad things about the division for having to shovel them overboard, because you're never going to build the stock back if you're killing the fish and just shoveling them over.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, thank you for that. Yeah, and that was kind of the whole impetus of you and others, calling us in the last couple of years and us considering a different season closure is, just with warmer water and maybe different migration patterns for spot, they're hanging out longer,
Yeah, they're just
later
staying
longer,
longer.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just longer.
Yeah, and, so it's, we need to adjust and, spot, just like a lot of other fish are now moving around in parts of the ocean that they used to not hang out in, and they're becoming more of a common thing. So, I think it probably won't be, we might not be the only state having to make some adjustments if the, the movement patterns found off their waters change. So, no, I mean, point's well taken. And like I said, we'll just kind of go through the ASMFC process. I'm hopeful that they'll find it favorable and be able to make some changes to alleviate some of these concerns that I know you and others have raised for a few years now.
So, and, it used to be they come out Chesapeake Bay and go right down the coast. But now they come out Chesapeake Bay and they go even as far as Rhode Island. They're still buying spots right now from Maryland and Rhode Island. Mm-hmm. And those fish they're gonna go south. They're going to Florida, and those fish are gonna keep coming by later as the water gets warmer. And it's just going to be, at that time of closure, it's just going to continue to be more fish being killed for no reason. And it just, I don't know. All right, well, I appreciate it. That answers a lot for me. All right, we'll move along. Director Rawls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, good to see everybody. I'm going to start off with an update on red snapper and our exempted fishing permit. There is a memo in your materials from Trish relative to the exempted fishing permit. Trish was supposed to be here today to give a presentation on this. She's been the one spearheading this effort, and she was supposed to be here today. She had a horseback riding accident. She forgot that you're supposed to stay on the horse. And so she had to have some surgery, and she is not able to be with us today. I'm sure she's listening, so we hope that in February we'll have some more details on this, and she'll be back to talk to you in more detail about it. But just in a nutshell, North Carolina is one of 4 South Atlantic states that is applying for a exempted fishing permit, and really that's to begin testing state management and data collection on red snapper in federal waters beginning in 2026. Obviously, the effective management of red snapper faces a lot of challenges that everyone that follows the fishery is well aware of, and we're trying to address some of those challenges, and hopefully this exempted fishing permit will allow the states to evaluate their management and their data collection approaches. So the application was submitted on November the 10th, and once they deem the application complete, it'll be published in the Federal Register for public comment for up to 45 days. Tricia's thinking that January we should have an answer as to whether or not we get approval. I think that does depend on whether or not there's a lot of back and forth about the application, if there's any clarifying things or changes that are needed in the application. And again, we'll be back in February. Hopefully by then we'll know. We'll have some more details about the specifics, because a lot of times the devil is in the details, and then we'll be able to go over that. But I just wanted to let the commission know that we are pursuing that.
Yes, sir, Tom.
Director, do you mind if I make a few comments on this?
Go right ahead.
So as you know, we've discussed this. Trish and I have discussed it at length. As you know, I am North Carolina's at-large South Atlantic council member. Red snapper are really difficult fishery to manage. They're deeper water fish. We have barotrauma issues, and up and down the East Coast, we have a lot of discards in the fishery, primarily in Florida. I think the council feels that the states, at least, state management could look like a lot of things. And I'm sure you would agree that if we were to choose how to implement a season, it would probably be easier for the state to implement their own seasons, because we know our fishing behavior better. We know how to modify around bad weather, because we just don't have the access to our large stock of red snapper in the state as much as Florida does, because they're just farther out. We have more weather issues. Though I'm going to offer this as a warning. I think this exempted fishing permit is going to upset a lot of people, and it's going to upset a lot of people because how different it is than the other states. Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia have all submitted exempted fishing permits that are similar to North Carolina's. They have enhanced data collection and are looking at about a 30 to 60-day season. But their exempted fishing permits, and granted they need to be approved, allow all fishermen to harvest these fish during that season. North Carolina's exempted for fishing permit is a lottery for 100 people in the state to potentially fish for red snapper. I've talked to Trish about this. I know this is a capacity issue for the division. It's a funding issue, and I'm very frustrated by that. And that is not your fault, Director. It's not Trish's fault. But as a state agency, this is why we need resources. Because when we have opportunities to expand access and all the economic impacts that that has, we should be able to do that. And so I'm just frustrated that we, as a state, don't have the funds or ability to provide this access to our anglers. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just to add to that, I think there's some real challenges here going forward with where we're headed, and it's not at all clear to me with the states individually, especially the General Assemblies in those states, weighing in and creating real challenges for meeting overall goals in terms of accountability in that fishery. And that's based on watching the Gulf. And actually, for the record, I completely disagree with the characterization of the Gulf red snapper fishery in the state waters there as being anything to emulate. I mean, they have no idea at all what's caught in Texas at all. And so it was the power of the rebuilding of red snapper in the Gulf happened because of coordinated and mandated federal action in the Gulf, and including working with sectors that had the best ideas about what the individual implementation measures ought to look like. But here, I have a very hard time seeing how that happens with General Assemblies, maybe even ours, like if it comes back to us again, where they mandate red snapper seasons of X, Y, or Z length, irrespective of the consequences for mortality. And the last thing I'll say is we're on the edge of the access and to the distribution now, but the waters are warming. These animals are moving north and fast. And so if we establish any kind of accidental historical quota allocation based on what's being harvested now through this process, especially with our access being restricted and theirs not being restricted, then I think that bodes very, very poorly for the future. So I just think, states going it alone to show their capacity to implement a quota allocation by way of state implementation of overall management, to me, might make good sense. But I'm really skeptical about that. So anyway.
Yes, sir, Ray.
Mine's more a question, educational. So we're applying to get exempt permit status, and there's 1 million, 2 million licensed fishermen, and 100 is the number we're going for. I'm just kind of a little. It's the first time I've heard of it. Why 100? And then second question is, I didn't hear anybody say what would the proposed season be.
So just to comment, and I appreciate Commissioner Roller's comments and the comments about this. And the state, first of all, I want to say this. These are comments that are strictly related to North Carolina. I'm not talking about what the other states are doing. I can't take care of what I'm doing. I can't worry about what they're doing right now. But for North Carolina, Tricia and I talked about this, and really this was a hard conversation to get behind this because of where is this going to take us. And I think, for me, this is not about just, we need some recreational access to red snapper. That's not what this is about, and for North Carolina. So our discussion was, how do we do this and get the most bang for our buck with the resources that we have? Commissioner Roller touched on it. We do not have the resources to apply for an unlimited exempted fishing permit that we anticipate to be able to manage in any way, shape, or form. We just feel like we would be really putting ourselves behind the eight ball. And yes, I get the consternation with only having 100 people to be able to do this, but again, I think it's the capacity and the ability to be able to really manage that and get the best out of this that we can. It is a very 2-month season, basically July 1st through August 31st, with a 1 fish per person per day hook and line is what's in the application. And again, I feel like I don't know if these applications will be approved. There's a lot of political interest in this species, and certainly in some of the other states more so than in our state, but there's a lot of interest in seeing better management and better data for red snapper. So I feel like we're going in that direction. And that was kind of, Trish and I's conversation was, we really need to get on this train and not let it leave the station without us. This might not be perfect, and people aren't going to like a lot of it. We're totally accustomed to that. But hopefully this will be something that we can manage and actually gain some very valuable information from. But that remains to be seen.
One more question. So for those 100 permit, if it gets approved, is that first come, first come basis, or is it a lottery system to where there'll be open enrollment and 10,000 people could register and then it's a random selection of 100 people?
We're still tinkering with that. We haven't quite figured that out just yet.
Yeah, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your comments, Director. And, looking at the different applications, the divisions is great in the sense of using it as a better data collection way so we can learn more about real-time reporting. I was really excited. I just offer these comments not because I feel it should be different, even though while I would like to see more access to this stock because the state has been limited, I just warn that it is going to be perceived very differently by the fishing community, and we should be aware of that.
Yeah, and I absolutely appreciate that. And I think, the other thing in our discussions was, what we learn from this for red snapper, we could apply to other, species as well. And I think that's something that Trish and I really kind of hung our hat on to even go out here and do this. So hopefully that'll happen, and we'll learn some really valuable things, but, we'll see what it looks like down the road.
Yes, sir, Willie.
Question, is there a criteria for applicants and or a price for applying?
I'm not sure price for compliance.
There's no for applying.
We're still working out the details for the 100 applicant or the 100 participants.
Okay, but there is no criteria to your knowledge.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to have some more of those details for you in February.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think the next thing is Jason coming up for rule suspension. Yep, the next thing is Jason Rock is going to give you a verbal update on the rule suspensions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is your the annual update for the temporary rule suspensions. As you know, per division policy, the commission needs to vote on any new rule suspensions that have occurred since the last meeting. Since the last meeting, there have been no new rule suspensions. There are 8 rules that continue to be suspended indefinitely as part of the implementation process for various FMPs and other management actions, but today there's no action for the commission to take. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jason. So next thing is just a little update about sheep's head management, where we are on that. So just a reminder, at your August meeting, the staff gave a presentation on our plan for additional sheep's head management. Just as a reminder, the commission adopted their sheep's head rule in November of 2013 that granted the Director of Proclamation Authority to manage that fishery. This is just to remind the commission that we're about to use that authority to make some management changes. We did hold a public meeting, and we have gotten a lot of feedback from the public that seems very supportive of additional management for sheep's head, which that's something that we rarely get. So we really We really do appreciate that feedback from the public. We have not completely decided, well, I have not, I know staff is probably like, really, I have not completely decided exactly what we're doing just yet, but we have discussed quite a few things, and we're looking at size increases, some creel decreases for the recreational fishery, and some pound net trip limits. We're trying to hammer out the details of those things, and our intention is to issue a proclamation later in December to be effective January the 1st. So moving on to mandatory harvest reporting, just December 1 is our go live. That's in, a couple of weeks. We have, I have not, we as too many people, staff has worked extremely hard on this. And I cannot thank them enough for everything that they've done. And this is, I can't say this probably on the record, but this is like going out and try to sell a what kind of sandwich. This is hard, and it's hard for them because they have to do this time and time and time again. And I appreciate all the efforts that have gone into this. December the 1st, everybody is going to be mandatory. They're going to be reporting. Everybody's going to do good. And Jesse is going to give a presentation tomorrow on this, and he is very excited. This is his first presentation to the commission, so he's ready to go. Lawsuit, CCA lawsuit is ongoing, and by the way, this is a very informative update. And the trial is scheduled to begin January the 20th of 2026. H&E Pelican Award, so this is a good thing. This fall, the Habitat and Enhancement Section received the Pelican Award from the North Carolina Coastal Federation for their dedicated service and collaboration for oyster habitat creation through the oyster sanctuaries and their coach planning programs. The Pelican Award really is given by the Coastal Fed to recognize exceptional contributions to these protecting and restoration of North Carolina's coast. So we are very proud of our H&E staff and the division for our habitat work. Just a couple of other things. We had, on the morning of September the 4th, we had some employees out of the Elizabeth City office, some technicians that were out sampling, Scott Scripter and Chris Manuli, and they happened to see a boat, a crabbing boat that was unmanned. This was on the Crimmins River, and they immediately turned around and found a crabber in the water struggling to stay afloat, and he had been treading water there for quite some time. And they threw him a throw cushion and helped him onto their boat and took him back to his boat and got him safely back on his boat. And in true commercial fishing fashion, he went back to fishing his crab pots. But the man damn near drowned, and that is, the truth of it. And it's very dangerous, and we know that. But if those guys hadn't have been there that day and hadn't have been paying attention to their surroundings, this would have not been the story that we really are glad that it was. So I just wanted to thank Scott and Chris for their heroic actions that day and really their attention as they're out there on the water. And it is something that we think about, as I know all commercial fishermen do. Thankfully, that story had a happy ending, but we know that working on the water is dangerous, and it doesn't always end that way. For us, on September the 10th, the Division of Marine Fisheries lost a beloved colleague out performing his sampling duties. Mark Hamrick was a beloved colleague of ours, and he was really just an amazing employee. And he passed away in a boating incident on that day, trying to do his work for the state of North Carolina and for the citizens of North Carolina. Mark was 43 years old, and he had worked at the division for 28 years, and he was about to retire in December. And for me, he was one of the best technicians that I've ever run across at the division, or anywhere for that matter. And there's probably nobody that knows the fisheries better than Mark did. And he was just one of those people that he was loved by all the staff, and really the fishermen had a great rapport with the fishermen as well. In December of 2024, he had received the DEQ Distinguished Employee Award for his outstanding service and contributions to the division, to the department, and to the people of North Carolina. And we I know the staff that works with him over at the CDO, I know they mourn his loss every day. I know we do. We continue to keep his coworkers and his family in our thoughts and prayers, as we always will. But his wife, she always said it the best. Mark would want us to carry on, and so carry on we shall, but we are missing him every day for sure. And the last thing that I have is another very sad thing for me, but not so sad for Colonel Whitten. On January the 1st, is he back? There he is. On January the 1st will be his last day with the Division of Marine Fisheries, and he will be retiring after 30 years of service with the North Carolina Marine Patrol. And he hired on to DMF and the Marine Patrol in July of 2001. And he was initially stationed in Hyde County in District 1. And in 2008, he was promoted to sergeant. In 2011, he returned to his hometown in Craven County as the sergeant. He was promoted to captain in 2017 and served in New Hanover County, which was District 3. And then in 2019, he was promoted to colonel, and now he leads the oldest law enforcement agency in the state. And he is one of the few officers that we've had that have worked in all 3 districts. And my experience with Colonel Whitten, that has been one of the greatest things, to have somebody that really knows the fisheries throughout the entire state. A lot of times some of us get stuck in one area or another choice, or just where our job takes us, but he had experience throughout the state, and it's been such a great asset for the Division of Marine Fisheries for sure. I can't say enough about Carter and his work at the division and how much he has meant to the division and to me as the director. It's just been a great experience to work with him, and we sincerely appreciate his service and his dedication for the last 30 years. Thank you, Carter. And that's, yep. And Mr. Chairman, that's all I've got.
Okay. So I guess we'll go to Brandy next on the licensing and statistics.
Hello, everybody. So I am going to do something a little different this year. So normally every November, I come to you guys and give you an update on our latest version of our License and Statistics Annual Report, which we call Big Book, which you all know why. And so because of that, we had decided, staff have looked into the ability to make that electronic and virtual and interactive. So because the original version was on paper, it was harder for people to actually take that data and play around with it and display it however they want to. They would actually have to come to our staff and ask them for the actual data because it was all in PDF form originally and in Word documents. So we decided to do something a little easier for people to access our data. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of walk you guys through how to get to this new version. And so stick with me. This is the main page for the Division of Marine Fisheries website. And I'm sure that all of you know how to get to our big book and have that dedicated to memory. So we're going to go down to, there we go, Science and Statistics, and Fishery Statistics, and the License and Statistics Annual Report, which is where all of the prior versions of the big book reside. So if you want to go back and look at any of those PDF versions from prior years, you are more than welcome to do that, and you can download those here. But if you want to go to our new interactive version, you're going to click on that green button, and here we are. So this is going to look very similar to how the big book, the paper version, was set up. So we've got a welcome page that explains our section and all of the programs within it and contact information about our section. And then it's set up by tabs. being the chapters, just like how the paper version is. So hopefully this won't be too much of a drastic change for you guys. If you have an idea of what sort of data you're wanting to look at, it's going to be very similar to how it was in the paper version. That may change over time because this is brand new. That was the easiest way, was to just develop something exactly like how we have it currently. But if we feel like restructuring this would make it easier for the public, then we will absolutely work on that. So don't think this is static. We are constantly adjusting and making tweaks to it. And so most of the tables are already in this interactive version, but there is still some work that needs to be done to get more data added. And if there are any things that you all feel like you would like to see that you don't already see in there, we can absolutely work on trying to add that. So if you want to go to a chapter that has a drop down, these are all of the tables that we had included from chapter 1. And so if you click on something, any one of these tables, it's going to come up with the option for you to select. And so if we want to look at the number of permits that have been issued, we can change the date range however we prefer, and then we hit generate. And there's the table. So you have it by date, by year, and you can sort this however you like. The little arrows allow you to sort however you prefer to see the data. So if you get this data, and you go, wow, that's awesome. That looks really cool, but I wish I had it in like an Excel spreadsheet to be able to like play around with it and do some pivot tables and check out how the data like looks on a figure. You can actually click the download button. And it creates a CSV file for you. And it has all of the data in a table, ready for you to play around with it however you prefer. So not only does it do fun little data tables, but it also has some figures that can be associated with some of them. So for instance, in chapter 3, the first table that we have in that big book, it's the recreational catch in North Carolina by species. So you can select whatever species you want, and you can select whatever years you'd like, and this recreational data goes all the way back to 1981. So last year we had to kind of restrict the data into the last 10 years because it was getting super cumbersome, taking a lot of staff time to be able to develop and add all of those years worth of data into a Word document that we copied and pasted numbers into to be able to create that PDF and format it however it needed to be to fit into a book format. Now, we don't have to do that. It is right here, and you can pick whichever years you want. So we'll just randomly select a set of years, and then we click Generate. And we have the table down here, just like in the other chapter that we had, the table with all the numbers, but we also have some bar graphs here that were created. Numbers harvested and released, and then the pounds that were harvested. So you can do this and manipulate this however you want. Let's say we want to change it to a different species and we want to look at cobia. And we want to do current. Generate, and you have it for cobia. So not only can you hit the download button and download the actual tables of data, but you can also copy and paste and copy these figures as well. So you can actually get copies of the actual figures too when you develop them. So there's one more other one I'll show you that essentially generates a line graph for you as well for the economics section. So there's several different ways that we have structured it so that you can look at the data. That is what we currently have right now, and our developer has done an amazing job very quickly, and that is going to keep us from having to spend lots and lots and lots of staff time trying to develop a paper version that isn't easily usable by universities, other scientists, our staff, you all. So this is how we're going to move forward with the big book. And if, like I said, if there's any suggestions on data that you would like to see in here that you don't already, we'd be happy to add that.
Just one quick question. Is there a search function on there? I mean, I know a lot of databases have like a search function if you wanted something specifically instead of having to do drop downs.
Yes, something that we could potentially add. Right now, it's structured very similar to how the big book is, where you just have to find the tables that you're looking for.
Yes, sir, William.
First, I have a new fun way to waste time on the internet now. It's not wasting time. Way better than Facebook videos. First, terrific work. I think it's amazing. It looks great. Can you tell us about, and I should probably know, but how the frequency with which you update the reports and the data?
Yes, so we're going to continue right now to just do it yearly. We're going to shoot for doing it and having them ready and refreshed every November. The hope is that maybe we might be able to do it sooner in the time period, depending on how soon we get our data completed. So it would be nice to be able to refresh it and it be ideally in real time would be amazing. But, we got to think realistically here.
Thank you. Thank you, Brandy.
Uh-huh.
Thank you, Brandy. Okay, so we gotta get Jason back up again, and we had asked for some information about the coastal, what is it, RV Carolina Coast program. And so I guess Jason's gonna bring us, and yeah, Kat, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple comments about that. Chairman reached out and said that there was some interest in some additional information about this program and what the division is working on. And just to let the commission know that, the division started this program. We're very aware of the importance of this program, and we are actively looking at alternatives for this, and we will get there. And we will get there, and we will be able to, reestablish a data stream that gives us the kind of information that we were getting from the program. So we're absolutely looking forward to that. It's going to take some time for us to do. So we just want to make sure that everybody understands that. And so Jason's put together a real short PowerPoint to cover some of these things.
And so, Kat, if somebody has suggestions or recommendations, would that be better to get up with somebody at the division out of the meeting setting, or would that be the time to talk to them about it, or?
Yeah, I mean, we are absolutely, Jason or any of the staff that works on this program is more than happy to talk about, what we're working on, where we're trying to get about this program at any time with the commissioners or anybody else really. And he's going to also talk about towards the end of the presentation how, working with the industry, how can we do that to set this program and what would we be looking for and what input are we looking for from commercial people that, use that kind of gear. So absolutely, those things are welcome from us.
Yeah, and so one thing, Doug, before that, and I find it a lot better. I know I aggravate all these guys too much, but I find it a lot better calling them and talking to them in person about things instead of, because sometimes we don't get what we're trying to get talking about it here, and then we go, well, where did that go? So, all right. Yes, sir, Doug.
Thanks, Chair. So I made this comment before, I'm just going to make it again for the record, which is that it seems to me that to turn this into an opportunity, as you're suggesting, we need to be able to think even a little broader rather than, and I know your staff are thinking about that, in terms of looking at the ways, plural, in which data limitations handicap the various analytical programs of the division, and moving forward to solve those highest priority deficiencies, or uncertainties, in ways that make the most sense. So take it as an opportunity. I hope we will take it as an opportunity to identify the most important deficiencies, including those spun off by the long-term investment that have been made. And so don't be shy about coming back to us with a recommendation on proceeding that might look larger in resource demands, because again, as I have said on the record several times, I think North Carolina is getting a bargain with what they invest in this division, dramatic bargain, and in fact have been on the verge of I won't use the language I was going to use, of unnecessarily penalizing the natural resources of the state and the citizens by failure to invest in that kind of work. So let's turn it into an opportunity.
Thank you, Doug. Okay, Jason.
All right. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, my name is Jason Rock. I'm the Fisheries Management Section Chief. I'll be talking with you today about the division's Pamlico Sound Survey sampling program, specifically in the wake of learning the RV Carolina coast had been deemed unsafe to use, the division's decision on a path forward, and the other options we considered prior to making that decision. So first, just to quickly refresh everyone on the Pamlico Sound Survey. The Pamlico Sound Survey began sampling in 1987, and that continued through 2024. That's 38 years of sampling and, more importantly, 38 years of data for numerous species in Pamlico Sound. The survey sampled the Pamlico and Croatan Sounds, the Pamlico, Pungo, and Neuse Rivers during the months of June and September each year. Sampling for the entirety of the survey for that entire 38-year period was conducted by the division's 44-foot trawler, the RV Carolina Coast. To complete 1 month of sampling required a captain and a mate for the vessel, in addition to 6 scientific staff made up of biologists and technicians from the division. Most recently, the data collected from the Pamlico Sound Survey has been used to support the management of several state-managed species, including blue crab, kingfish, shrimp, and southern flounder, as well as several interjurisdictional species, including Atlantic croaker, spot, summer flounder, and weakfish. As you can see, the data collected from the Pamlico Sound Survey has been used to support the management of several species and fisheries, as well as numerous university and other projects that have occurred over the years since the survey began. So, with the RV Carolina coast rendered inoperable, the division began exploring options for continuing the survey, and those included repairing the RV Carolina coast or purchasing a replacement vessel. If we were unable to repair or replace the RV Carolina coast, an alternative was to contract a commercial fishing vessel or a research vessel run by a university or other state agency. And then another alternative was to end the Pamlico Sound Survey in its current form and develop a replacement survey. So as for repairing or replacing the RV Carolina coast, the initial repair estimate for the visible damage was estimated at around $200,000 from the marine surveyor that we had to look at the boat. This does not include the costs of any additional repairs that might be needed once the boat was opened up and work started. And after doing some preliminary searches for used vessels that might fit the Pamlico Sound Survey, it looked like buying a used vessel was going to cost somewhere between $300,000 and $500,000. And finally, it was estimated that purchasing a new vessel to fit our needs would cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.2 million. So the next option we looked into was to contract a commercial vessel or research vessel operated by a university or other state agency. Some caveats to this approach are that any vessel that would be contracted would need to be willing to do so long term. Constantly switching vessels from one survey year to the next introduces uncertainty in the survey operations and, more importantly, the data that's collected from the survey. We would need the vessel to be available for at least 2 weeks and up to 4 weeks in both June and September, so basically the entirety of both months, to ensure the survey would be able to be completed in the event of bad weather days, which frequently occur, and to account for any time lost due to a vessel breakdown if that were to happen as well. The vessel would also need to be capable of using the current survey gear and have accommodations for staff to stay on the vessel for a week at a time during the survey operations. We reached out to several shrimp trawlers and captains about how much it would cost to contract them for 2 to 4 weeks, twice a year in June and September to perform the sampling for the Pamlico Sound survey. All the estimates came in at around $20,000 to $30,000 per month, so up to around $60,000 a year would be needed for that approach. One thing they all said was the contract price would have to be high enough to compensate them for any income lost from fishing activities they would normally be doing during that time. We also reached out to several universities within North Carolina as well as surrounding states and other state agencies about the types of research vessels they have available to contract out, their capabilities, and their ability to commit to performing the Pamlico Sound survey on a long-term basis. Generally, we found that many research vessels were either unavailable, they were unable to operate in the shallowest areas sampled by the Pamlico Sound survey, or they were unable to tow the current survey gear that we use. We did find a couple research vessels that generally fit the bill, but those would require us to make some modifications to the Pamlico Sound survey, such as reducing the gear from 2 30-foot nets down to 1 30-foot net. Estimates we received for one vessel was around $50,000 per month, so that'd be about $100,000 a year to contract that particular university vessel. So after much discussion and research, the division decided to initiate a pilot replacement survey using smaller vessels and trawl nets that can operate at a much lower cost compared to the other options we explored. With this new survey, our priority is to address the data gaps from losing the Pamlico Sound survey. An added benefit of this approach is it allows the division to maintain control of the survey operations compared to contracting a commercial or research vessel, helping to remove some of the uncertainty associated with contracting a vessel. So some of the pieces we're testing with this new survey approach are, can we sample the same areas or strata as the Pamlico Sound survey? Can we conduct the same amount of sampling within that same 2 to 3 week window that we've typically done with the Pamlico Sound survey? And can we collect the same level of data for the target species that we collected from the Pamlico Sound survey? So where are we now? We completed the first round of pilot testing in September of 2025. This was meant as a proof of concept to begin to see what was feasible with this new approach, and was conducted in a small area on the western side of Pamlico Sound. Some preliminary analysis looks promising. Generally, we're seeing the same species and they're of a similar size as to what we would typically see in those areas from the Pamlico Sound survey. But the data is limited at this point, and we need to do more testing to see how this holds up. We plan to continue the testing in June and September of 2026 and expand the sample area to see what areas are feasible to sample with this approach and to see if we can catch more of the target species from the Pamlico Sound survey. We also plan to reach out to industry so they can see what we are doing and offer any advice on things like improvements that might help the trawl fish better, make it easier to retrieve, or other equipment we should consider using in our pilot survey operations. And I use these as examples not because our staff don't know. Our staff have a lot of experience working with trawls, but everyone that fishes picks up different tricks over the years to make the gear fish better and make operations easier. So anything we can learn from industry would be helpful for us. We do want you to know that the data acquisition process isn't going to stop, but it is going to look different moving forward. We have been and will continue to coordinate with the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission staff and the NOAA's CMAP program. The Pamlico Sound Survey was a partner survey with that program. And we do have their support as we develop this new survey to ensure the data we collect will meet their needs for management and assessment purposes as well. Some of the ways the commission and the public can help the division are to help with industry buy-in. If you or someone you know are interested in this survey, have experience working with trawls, and have some ideas that you think might be helpful, give me or my staff a call and let's talk. Director Rawls has discussed in past meetings, and this one, the current strain on our fiscal and personnel resources. As this pilot study develops into our new long-term data stream, we may have to look at trade-offs, useful life expectancies, and return on investment. Budget strains will continue to impact all of our programs as well. We always work to balance efficiencies with the science, but to minimize disruptive impacts, we will need additional resources for recurring operational budgets to have funding for safety, sampling, and surveys, equipment budgets to relieve the strain on aging vessels and gear, and personnel budgets to support these programs. Staff are commonly split between several programs and jobs, but they stay fluid to make sure yours and our goals are met. But we do need additional staff to maintain our current programs and to support the development of new data streams. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to answer any questions from the commission.
Yeah, John.
First of all, I want to say thanks for the presentation. It was great. And you and I had a conversation before the meeting today, and I told you I had to, when you was telling me everything made sense, and I had some questions about the data program and the importance of the research vessel. You said that y'all reached out to some universities. Mm-hmm. What universities did y'all reach out to?
We reached out to several. We reached out to UNC. They have a research vessel. We reached out to UNCW. We reached out to VIMS up in Virginia. Just to name a few of the ones we tried to contact.
All right. So, and remember I told you I was going to make a phone call. So, I've got it in text message right here. Just after the talk this morning. Joel Faudrey, who's the director of Institute of Marine Science right next door, he said that he's been trying to contact y'all, that y'all could use the Capricorn for trawl data, and says he's got no response back. And he said that it's more than capable to do trawling survey, 48-foot boat. He's willing to bend over backwards. UNC do anything they can with Division of Marine Fisheries to sample, do data. He said, y'all at the Division of Marine Fisheries, and it's right here, he said, y'all more than welcome to use the boat anytime you want with their captain and everything. But he said he's been trying to reach y'all and tell y'all this, and nobody's got in touch with him. And he said that cost of $500 a day.
Yeah, so I don't know who he's been trying to contact. I haven't been contacted about that. But when we did reach out to the university, I believe we most likely talked to the people that were directly running the vessel, their operations staff. They were hesitant on committing the vessel to us for that length of time, and also had some issues or some concerns about staff being out there overnight and things like that. Well, so
I guess just because he asked me to say this, because I had sent him a message, and he said he's more than welcome to use his name on record that he's more Division of Marine Fisheries can use their vessel. It's actually docked right there at y'all's
I look
dock.
at it every day.
And he said it's more than capable to do trawling. As a point, they did a trawl survey this morning. So it's right there, and it's available to Division of Marine Fisheries. And he also said that he has been trying to contact also, so that's what I'm saying, there must be a contact. Somebody says he's trying to contact somebody Marine Fisheries so they can share their trawl data with Fisheries trawl data, and have not been able to get in touch. And he says, to be clear, I think the people that have those data are very good people. They may just need more help, resources, given many time burdens that they are under. And says, but he said he's been trying constantly and can't get any response. So, and as far as the numbers you were saying on the costs, that's obviously way cheaper. And that's just with Division Marine Fisheries using their whole staff. But he said they would like to collaborate with UNC and Division Marine Fisheries together. And if you had everybody on the boat together, that cost could even be down to almost nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly get up with them after the meeting and, we can see where that might lead. But like I said, we had contacted them before and, what we heard from them, not Dr. Fodry, but from other staff over there, was that they had some issues committing to that long-term use.
So, John, why don't after the meeting you give that number to Jason and then he can. Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, Willie.
You mentioned that you resolved to go with the smaller vessel alternative. What are the known disadvantages of doing this versus the previous objective? Or are there any advantages to using the smaller vessels?
Yeah, I mean, there's likely some advantages and disadvantages. Part of that is what we're testing right now to see what those are. One of the disadvantages of using this approach versus a boat like the Carolina Coast is it may take longer for us to do the survey because we're not able to stay on board the vessel overnight and kind of be staged in some of those areas. Weather's going to be more of an issue using smaller vessels versus a larger boat like the Carolina Coast. So we may have to be a little more picky on the days we choose to do the sampling, especially trying to get those sites out in the middle of Pamlico Sound that are, more open and kind of more like being in the ocean in some regards than within an inside water body.
Yes, sir, Doug.
So it seems to me like the biggest disadvantage, which is inevitable at this point, is the disruption of the long-term time series of data that are inputs to all of the stock assessment processes. And you have to have some way of formally validating or overlapping or tiering or nesting those data streams to be able to use them without inserting a huge additional uncertainty. And probably, I suppose that's inevitable at this point. But it seems like there could be a strategy that did a phased shift. I know you're validating what you want to do, but it seems like you could, for a period of time, contract to do both. Something more similar to the gear patterns that existed before, the effort patterns and all those things, so you can validate the transition from one data stream to another. I know you're thinking about that, but and it would have an extra cost to do something twice for a period of time. Yeah. But as a technical matter, you could figure out how long you needed to do that to get the most out of the data.
Yeah, I mean, cost is definitely an issue, and like you alluded to, ideally, when you're having these types of changes in a survey, you'd like to do some side-by-side comparisons at the same time. Unfortunately, currently anyway, we're not in a situation to be able to do that because we can't use the Carolina Coast anymore. Now if some of these other things, maybe work out and we're able to get them set up, we might be able to do some sort of comparison. I did want to note, though, that the gear we are using with these smaller boats, the trawl net itself, it's the same type of trawl net as we used on the Carolina Coast. For this survey, it's just a smaller version. So instead of 2 30-foot nets that we used on that vessel with this new approach, we're towing 1 20-foot net. But it's the same type of net.
The speed's different and the escapability is different.
Yeah, I mean there's going to be some differences.
I mean, it seems like it would be worth investing, or at least assessing whether we could afford to invest in, let's just say, June of next year, a side-by-side that would facilitate the transition, not disrupt the long-term nature of the data stream as much. I mean, that's what really hurts in terms of the models, right?
Yeah, it can. Analytically, there are methods that have been developed to account for some of those changes in a survey. even in this type of situation where you might have that break in a data stream and are starting a new one. So on the analytical side, those are things, while it's not ideal, those are things that can be dealt with. But ideally, it would be nice to have those more side-by-side comparisons. But I say that to say that if we aren't able to get that it's not the end of the world. There are ways to make it work and to continue
Right,
the data
but if
stream.
you could assess that option, please, and including the costs of maximizing the utility of the sunk investment in monitoring and how you would optimize that. And then if the costs are prohibitive, that's something. But otherwise, we can go to the General Assembly, and they're all aware of this, and just make a one-time plea. If there's something to maintain, to maximize the impact of the money we've already spent and its use in the future, I'd like to know what that is.
All right. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you.
So now we're going to get Stock Assessment 101.
Thanks, Jesse. I'm a lot shorter, so I need to scale this down. Hi, everybody. I'm Matt Damiano. I'm the Stock Assessment Program Manager at DMF. A few of you approached me at the last meeting and asked to see something like a Stock Assessment 101, and so that's what I have put together. Before I get started, I just want to set the expectation that I probably will turn redder, and that has nothing to do with anything anybody did. I don't require medical assistance. It's just what happens when you put a nerd in front of the public and ask them to speak for a prolonged period of time. Before I get started, actually, I wanted to thank my collaborators on this presentation, my stock assessment scientist, Matt Zink, who is listening in, and Jackie Deegan, who is sitting over there, who helped a lot with getting this ready for y'all. So I want to set some expectations for this. I've been working in stock assessment or stock assessment adjacent type of positions for the last several years, but it took me the better part of a decade to really get to the point where I was comfortable with this material. So I want to say up front, there is no 45-minute presentation that's going to take you from, I don't know very much about stock assessment to I am ready to sit down at a computer and do one. So with that in mind, what I want to do today is give you an overview of what the critical components of a stock assessment are from the perspective of the model itself, talk a little bit about it as a process at NCDMF. But more than anything, what I want to do is help you all build an intuition for what information the data have and are providing to different types of models that we might pick to use to assess a stock. And then finally, to that effect, I want to give some insight into how we, within the stock assessment program, are going to make our decision about what kind of model to use. So let's start with the most basic concepts underpinning stock assessment, which is the study of population dynamics. So with some simple definitions here, let's distinguish between a population and a stock. So a population is going to be a group of individuals of the same species living in the same area at the same time that are going to be able to reproduce together. While a stock is essentially an arbitrary definition. It's an arbitrary unit that doesn't necessarily overlap with the fish population. Ideally it would, but sometimes it doesn't. And this could be for political reasons, management-related reasons, or even for modeling purposes. An example of this would be red drum, for example. Florida conducts their own stock assessment for red drum, but it's part of a larger population that goes up the entire eastern seaboard. So what I've put here is a cartoon of the population dynamics that we typically try to model. There in the blue square is essentially the blob of the population, the biomass or abundance, which typically has an age or a size structure to it. And then we model the processes connected to that. So fish are born, they grow, They move around and then they die, either from natural causes or from fishing. We also model the process of recruitment, so when those new fish are born and actually recruit to the fishery. Population dynamics is fundamentally the study of fish vital rates. So in other words, the ways that we keep track of the health of the stock. And what we are typically most interested in is how fishing affects the stock. Indeed, if you read into the history of stock assessment, it is literally the science of measuring the effect of fishing. And so most of the time when we are doing a stock assessment, we assume that the model is, or the population is closed. There are no fish moving in and out of the system. And we typically do this by trying to model the entire area in which they live, but if we have something like movement rates, we might be able to quantify that movement across areas, but that's a more typical scenario. So I'm throwing around this word model a lot, so let's take a step back and talk about what I'm even talking about when it comes to this term. So a model is ultimately a simplification of reality. It's often expressed in mathematical terms, and it's really never going to be a perfect match for what we're seeing on the water in real life. So consequently, models require that we make certain assumptions. And I want to really emphasize that this is unavoidable. No matter what, you're always stuck with some sort of assumptions just by the nature of not being able to perfectly recreate reality with math. Now, with that in mind, we do try to test those assumptions to make sure that they're valid, or in what I like to say, not violated, meaning our assumptions are correct, they hold. And so the process of stock assessment usually involves several different types of models, but when we're talking about the model in terms of management advice, that's usually in reference to the stock assessment model. I'll talk a bit later on about what other modeling exercises might be involved on the back end of a stock assessment. And then another thing I want to emphasize is that there are always trade-offs. No matter what data you decide to use or are forced to use, or what model you use to match that data, you're going to be locked into a set of trade-offs. There's no free lunch, and so you're going to be required to make different kinds of assumptions and be comfortable with the trade-offs you're making in order to answer the questions that you have about the population. So, now let's move into what a stock assessment actually is. So I'm not going to get into any math today, even though that's what it is, but it's a model framework that we use to quantify fish and shellfish population dynamics, and we try to estimate those vital rates for the purpose of providing management. That's why we do this. Now, if we go back to this cartoon, the components involved with trying to model these processes include the mathematical models. So those are going to directly represent how we think the population dynamics work. So those processes like recruitment, survival, growth, the harvest, and any other processes we might think we need to include to adequately model the population dynamics. The next thing that's included are model parameters. So all of those mathematical models are going to be governed by a few quantities that can be changed in order to get the mathematical reality to match with our observed reality, which leads to the third component, and this is the thing most people struggle with when they're trying to understand how a stock assessment works, and that's the statistical model. So this is a little bit different than the mathematical model in that this is related solely to getting the mathematical model to match the data, such that we can estimate parameters, those changeable quantities that will give us the best fit between our observed data and the processes we're trying to model with math. And so most of the time, what we observe are things like catch or a survey that provides us an index of relative abundance. And so the statistical models relate typically to what we are able to observe. We have to estimate what we can't observe. Sometimes we can get estimates of parameters like growth from an external model, which if you've heard of a von Bertalanffy growth curve, for example, that can provide us parameters for the stock assessment model external to the stock assessment itself. And then also from tagging studies, we can actually get growth and movement rates, which we might use in the stock assessment. But most importantly, that statistical model relies on us having an adequate quality to the data and an adequate quantity in order to get that best fit of the model to the data. So, how does a stock assessment work? Let's talk about those components. I like to start this with a black box because that, in my experience, has been how most people perceive a stock assessment. It's a black box. We don't know what's going on underneath. So, the first component, this mathematical model, imagine it's modeling abundance over time and how it's going to change. I've included these fun striped bass to keep this visually interesting. Now we have parameters that govern that abundance. So the number of small fish that are going into the population, the recruits, and the rate at which these fish are dying, which I indicate with these fun upside down fish. So these are the parameters that are governing these mathematical models in the abundance model. So now let's introduce that last component, the statistical model. As I said, this is what people struggle with most of the time, and that's why I have the black box over it. But fundamentally, what this is doing, regardless of how complex the calculus underneath might be, is it's taking those model predictions, so the way that we have set up the mathematical model to explain how the population works, and then searches for these parameters that are going to result in the best fit between our predictions and the observed data that we're fitting the model to. Importantly, we always fit the model to the data. Okay. Let's pivot really quick and talk about the stock assessment process. So how does this work within the Division of Marine Fisheries? So we have the data review workshop followed by the methods review workshop. Then we actually do the assessment, and then it goes to peer review. So during the data review portion of this, we try to review the quality and quantity of the available data to ensure that it's adequate enough to choose an appropriate model. Then the methods review is where we actually choose the model that makes the most sense given the data quality and quantity. And during those two parts of this process, this is where we might engage with some other models external to the stock assessment model. Typically, we'll take the fishery independent data and sometimes the fishery dependent data and do what's called standardization modeling. Ultimately, the point of this is to try and get rid of any noise that might be interfering with the underlying signal in those data. Essentially, we want to reduce a bit of the uncertainty that those data might introduce to the stock assessment model through this process. This is where we would deal with something like environmental factors affecting catch rates. So if, for example, you have a survey that is performed in a really high salinity area, and that salinity has maybe an aggregation effect on the animal, you would want to try and correct or account for that that spike in catchability in the survey using one of these standardization models, so there's no bias that gets introduced to the stock assessment. So once you get to the assessment stage, we've either chosen a model that exists and we can apply it, or we may have to actually build it from scratch such that it can be used with the data that we have in hand. And then we produce estimates, and then importantly, we conduct uncertainty analyses. So this is where we're going to want to test any of the assumptions that we know we have to make with our choice of model. No stock assessment is complete without some analysis of the uncertainty, whether that's uncertainty in the system or some uncertainty that was identified by analysts in the model. And then lastly, we go to peer review, where we get experts to review not just the model, but also the data and the results. And then finally, the Division of Marine Fisheries will decide whether or not to recommend it for use in providing management advice. So that begs the question, what do stock assessments produce that might be of interest to management? So the key outputs of stock assessment are typically, and unsurprisingly, the things that we don't observe directly. We know what catch is because we can measure that. You all report your catch. So we want to know about things like abundance. What's the size of the population? How many fish do we think there actually are? Spawning stock biomass and recruitment. These are things that we don't necessarily directly observe. We may observe a proxy for spawning stock biomass or recruitment in the form of mature animals or younger animals, but ultimately we end up estimating these quantities because they are either a direct function of the abundance or govern abundance. And so these two represent the productivity of the population. We want to know how hard we can fish to get the optimal yield while maintaining a healthy population. We're also interested in survival, so rates of natural mortality and fishing mortality. Sometimes natural mortality is estimable, sometimes it's not, but this is an important quantity we want to be able to measure, especially since fishing mortality is one of those goalposts that we measure or use to set management advice. So that leads to biological reference points. These are the quantities that are used to guide fisheries management. So the example I have here is F30. So this is the rate of fishing mortality that is going to reduce the spawning stock to 30% of its unfished size. So you've reduced the population by 70%. This is just a common reference point that I used here as an example. Biological reference points really warrant their own dedicated presentation, which I want to preface is not a promise, but I may work on it later in the future. Now I want to introduce this idea of the stock assessment continuum. So stock assessments exist on this broad continuum of simple to complex models. And whether it is simple or complex is a function of how much data you have. So here's an absolutely agonizing figure to represent that continuum. But it shows how models have evolved over time, ranging from the most simple Lotka-Volterra predation model in the early 1900s through the kind of statistical catch-at-age models that you're more used to hearing about from the division. And I thought I'd include that for comedic effect, but I already kind of made a joke, so it's fine. We'll keep this going. So I also buried the lead with this bullet point. The complexity of the model is going to be determined by what kind of data you need to support it. And that will itself determine what population dynamics can be quantified versus what assumptions need to be made. And so choosing the right stock assessment model depends on what we want to know, so what questions we have, and what data are available. So I realize I'm barreling along, but there's a lot of material to cover. I promise there's going to be an intermission where you can ask questions halfway and I can breathe. So, some common data types. Fishery-dependent data. So these include catch in numbers or landings or yield in weight, length composition, age composition, and catch per unit effort. This is the information we get directly from the fishery or fisheries, so these are often the kind of data that you're providing us. Then we have fishery-independent data, which come from fishery-independent surveys. Jackie Deegan gave a great presentation on this at the last August meeting, so if you want to dig into that in gory detail, I recommend you go back and take a look at that presentation. But it typically provides us with length composition, age composition, and catch per unit effort, also called catch rates. And then the other component, which I'm kind of lumping a lot of things in here, is biological information. And so this is usually consisting of literature that contains relevant information about the life history, life cycle, growth, maturity, movement, migration. Perhaps less common, we may have tagging experiments to provide information on some of those processes, and those are data unto themselves that may inform, that may be directly used in the model or provide us with some parameters or at least context. But these are the most common data types, and I'm going to walk through each of these one by one and explain what kind of information they're actually giving a given model. So, catch data. Most commonly available kind of data. It's the cheapest kind of data to collect relatively, and to be the most informative with respect to the scale of the population. So intuitively, this makes some sense because the amount of animals you removed give you some notion of how many there were to begin with. And so we tend to need these from all of the biggest sources in order to actually get at the true scale of abundance. So we can assume certain fisheries are negligible, but if there's any big player out there, any big fishery that's removing fish or shellfish in large numbers, that's something we really need. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to recover the true scale of the population using the model. So, relatedly, Catch provides models with information on the degree of exploitation or the mortality that's specifically from fishing activity. And this is a side note that will be important later. If you don't have any catch rates or CPUE information in your model, which is a possibility, the trend in the population over time is going to look to the trend in the catch over time. And we'll talk about this more later, but it's not ideal. Sometimes it happens, and so it's occasionally unavoidable. But typically we would want something like fishery-dependent catch rates at the very least to inform the trend in the population instead of both the trend and the scale. Composition information is important for a lot of reasons. So length composition can give us information on mortality from fishing, it can give us information on mortality from natural sources, and it can give us information on cohort strength. So how good is recruitment? Can we actually see those pulses of small animals moving through the population over time? Also, since selectivity, the probability that an animal is captured using fishing gear, is a function of size. Size information can be really informative to estimating parameters related to selectivity. Age composition provides a lot of the same information, but also information on age structure. So, a reason this might not be one-to-one, I like to think of an animal like red snapper, which has a asymptotic size past which you might see a very large fish, but it could be anywhere from 15 years old to 50 years old. And so in that case, size structure isn't going to necessarily be as informative as information on age structure. So which kind is going to be more informative really depends on the animal. So for instance, how important age structure is for a shellfish is a question. I tend to think size information is more informative in that regard unless you're dealing with a particularly long-lived animal like an ocean quahog. But age information, at least from simulation analysis, tends to be preferable for fish when you're doing a stock assessment. There's an otolith. I'm not good with the visual prompts. You've probably figured that out by now. All right, catch per unit effort information or catch rates. So catch per unit effort time series inform the trend in abundance over time. So I mentioned that this is really what we want to inform the directionality of the population. It can also inform trends in recruitment. So we often assume that catch per unit effort is going to be proportionate to whatever the true unobserved abundance is going to be. That is the feature that would make a catch rate an index of relative abundance, whether it's fishery dependent or fishery independent. And so ideally, our indices of relative abundance are going to be from a fishery independent source. And the reason it's more ideal is because those tend to be done using a statistical survey design. Why that matters is statistics is the field of math that allows us to take samples and perform analyses that allow us to make conclusions about conclusions at the population level. And so our brains aren't really wired to do that, and it's important to have those random sampling and treat it as a random process so we can harness statistical models. And critically, any index has to be proportionate to the true abundance. And I'm going to dig into that particular assumption right now. I did not animate this right. Another goof. So the proportionality assumption is more often violated in fishery-dependent data than it is in fishery-independent data. And so the reasons that this might occur are many. One of the biggest ones is called effort creep. So in some way, shape, or form, the ability to catch a fish has improved. And you can probably think of a ton of examples of this. Engines get better. Fish finding technology gets better. People get better at fishing. People who do it for a living are going to be good at fishing. The environment may play an effect. And so when the index of relative abundance is proportionate to the true abundance, we would expect this dotted black line, this linear relationship between the two. Essentially, we want it to be as close to a one-to-one relationship with that underlying unknown abundance that we have to estimate with the stock assessment model. However, if something like effort creep happens, that can lead us to what's called a hyperstability situation, which I definitely meant to animate now and not at the start of this slide. And so that is when the catch per unit effort, or the catch rates, are higher than the true abundance. So things seem better than they actually are. Lots of reasons can drive a hyperstability situation. You might have a preferred fishing area where the fish are very abundant, but they're not abundant elsewhere. That would be an example of hyperstability. The opposite of that, there are the animations, is hyperdepletion. So this is where things seem worse than they actually are. And so another example of how this could occur would be you go to your favorite fishing spot and all of a sudden there are no fish there, maybe because they moved. This could be due to an environment shift where the population size hasn't changed, but the distribution has. So your catch rate goes down, but abundance is okay. I do want to note that hyperstability is the more common of the two. We see that a lot more often. And so CPUE data from either source are likely going to require some form of standardization. And so I talked a bit about this in the process where we want to remove any effects that might violate this proportionality assumption. So hopefully I've driven home how important this particular assumption is and how we do not want to violate it. So unifying all three of these data sources is a need for contrast. So we need a sufficient amount of contrast or resolution in order for this data to be informative. What I mean by that relates to this wonderful and paradoxical principle well stated by Ray Hilborn and Carl Walters, which is that you cannot understand how a stock will respond to exploitation, you could substitute the word fishing here, unless the stock has been exploited. So basically, we're all locked into this process together because we need you to go out and fish so we can measure the effect of fishing and be able to actually estimate the health of the population. And so to that end, data are going to be most informative when you have fished in very specific conditions. So periods of low fishing effort when catch and abundance are going to be high. So this usually occurs when a fishery is first starting. As people start expanding into the fishery, they're catching a lot of fish or shellfish, and they're not putting a lot of effort into it because they're so abundant. And then we need periods of high effort, lots of fishing, and high catch that eventually lead to the depletion of the population. This is not a value judgment. We don't necessarily say go out there and just hammer the population, but it does make for good contrast in the data. It does make for informative data, especially if that period is followed by low fishing effort and low catch when the population is rebuilding. Now, I do want to emphasize we don't necessarily require all of these specific conditions to do a stock assessment. There is a great paper I've included a link to here that explains that you can have some of these conditions, but not all, and still get really good data. Okay, on time series length. Good contrast often requires you to have enough data over time to get it. So how data hungry a stock assessment is going to be is going to depend on its complexity, sure, but all models require a reasonably long time series to tease out that contrast, to basically get as much information as they can from the data. And so ideally this is over several decades, assuming fishing activity and the population are changing enough so that you can actually see some resolution in the trend. And so a counterexample to that would be if you had a flat line. If you were catching the same amount with the same level of effort every year for 50 years, the only thing you'd probably be able to tell is that the population is not changing over time. And so that's why maintaining the long time series is important. Jason basically did a lot of the example work for me in the presentation before this because I was going to talk about Program 195. But I'll also throw in the plug that that also has the best spatial coverage, which is a feature that will be important for my talk tomorrow. So stick around. All right, last one before the break. Tagging and other biological information. I've mentioned before that this can provide information on growth, mortality, and movement. Movement information is especially important if we have a transboundary stock, so any animal that's moving across the state lines that they don't really particularly care about. And other externally estimated life history parameters like growth or natural mortality allow us to treat them as fixed inputs in stock assessments. So we don't have to estimate every single thing if we can at least assume they're reliably estimated in an external model. And that is often the case with us. We often don't have the data to estimate everything we would want to. So we have to be strategic about which parameters we think the data can support and which we need to assume are known from some other studies. Okay. I want to pause for questions because the next component of this is going to be going through some examples of questions we might have about the population and what data we might have to support it. I can see hands going up already, so I'm going to shut up and I'll start taking questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, Matt. First of all, I really appreciate your candor and how you started this presentation and saying it took you 10 years to understand this stuff, even though that this is your career. One of the most frustrating things I get as someone who's on this commission and a South Atlantic Council member is all the people come to me and say, show me the stock assessment. I'm going to go through it. And it's hard to articulate how truly unbelievably complex this process is. And I've been fortunate to go through the CDAR process and see how all the sausage is made. And that being said, I've got two kind of basic questions for you. When it comes to tagging data, is your opinion, how important do you believe of it being a reward-based program, like a monetary reward-based program in order to achieve accurate results from that study? Or do you think all tagging studies are good?
I'm going to preface my answer to that question with just by saying that tagging studies are not really my wheelhouse.
Understood.
That being said, best practice seems to include some component of high reward tags to get at some of those pesky parameters like return rate and tag loss rate, which, sometimes are estimable and sometimes are confounded with other parameters. So I don't necessarily believe one way or the other. I think it depends on what information you need.
Thank you. My second question is I'm looking for an example of hyperstability, and I'm going to present you two things to see how you would respond to that. First of all, when I saw that and how you explained it, I think of striped bass. When you can go as a fisherman and you're catching one-year class of fish and you say, man, this fishery is in really great shape, yet you have no recruitment coming up behind them. Is that an example of hyperstability?
So you would need to be able to estimate the underlying abundance, but it sounds like that's kind of the situation it would lead to. If you were in a situation where you had no good recruitment pulses feeding that abundance pool, and you had really high catch rates for a bit, yeah, I could see that being a hyperstability case.
Now, from a counterpoint, then how do you explain a fishery, say which is something we're all dealing with, is like red snapper or southern flounder, where the perception is, because it's closed, that there's a lot of fish, but we all know that's not right. How would you define that in that circumstance? Because there's such limited effort, right, that it appears better than it actually is.
That's a good question. I'm not sure I would lump that into hyperstability. I think there's definitely a lot of merit in listening to those on-the-water observations and lining them up with what your analyses tell you to kind of ground truth it to a certain degree. With red snapper, they're clearly abundant, and the indices of relative abundance have shown that it's increased a great deal, although tapered off a little bit toward the end of the time series. So I'm not surprised catch rates are high. It's just with that particular fishery, you also have a problem with dead discards, and so that's how you end up in this. It's not overfished, but overfishing is still going on even though the fishery is closed kind of situation. With southern flounder, I mean, I'm giving away some of the results at tomorrow's presentation, but I think there are some gains that have occurred, and people are seeing that. And so I don't know that that's a hyperstability situation so much as perhaps a positive sign that the size structure has expanded a little bit and abundance has increased a little bit.
Thank you. That answered my question. I guess I was just trying to source the idea of things may look better than they appear, because I think that's something, as we see our effort creep lately, that's a bigger issue for us going forward. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, Willie, go ahead.
I agree. What you have described to me seems to be extremely complex and advanced. So much so that when people come before us from the community, and even on this commission, I've heard people disagree with what you've assessed, saying, oh, my own experience has been X, Y, and Z, so I don't know what you're talking about. Is there any collaborative oversight? Do you go through a process, arrive at conclusions, have someone of similar knowledge of yourself to review what you've done and agree with you, or is the process you do it and this is your answer and that's it? Or how does that work?
That's a great question. No, I absolutely look to my peers to review my work. I look to my colleagues at DMF to make sure that what I've gotten from my analyses passed the sniff test. I work with academic and federal partners on methods that I use to do stock assessment. So I want to ensure that I am doing my absolute best and my diligence when I'm taking this kind of exercise on. And like I said, I definitely acknowledge that what ends up being the result of the analysis and what people may be seeing can diverge. It doesn't mean that they're mutually exclusive. It could very well be that people see something totally different where they go on the water, but the population dynamics, the vital rates, are conflicting with that. I think, I think the key is just being open and honest about what the limitations and assumptions of your methods are and trying to reconcile that with reality as best you can.
Okay, William.
I've always been a little bit confused about fitting data to a model. And so you have
fitting a model to data.
I'm sorry?
Sorry.
Did I get it backwards?
Pet peeve, fitting the model to the data.
Yeah.
You got some data?
Yeah, sorry. Can you, well, that shows you, obviously I'm confused. So can you give me like an example of observed data and trying to see if the model fits that?
Yeah. So if you've ever taken a statistics class, you may be familiar with the sum of squares method. And so that is where you take your observed value, subtract your predicted value, and square the difference. Mm-hmm. And that gives you what are called the residuals. We also call them error. What we do is we try to minimize that error with a search algorithm that looks for the parameters of best fit between your mathematical model predictions and your observations. And so fundamentally, stock assessment is doing something similar, just at a much higher level and with a lot more data sources.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, sir, I'm sorry.
My question is about
Yeah, that's a great question. My inclination would be to try and fit the stock assessment model to the data as is without assuming any changes in the catch at first, and then see if we get away from that linear relationship between the index and the estimated abundance. If it does look like hyperstability is occurring, that's a good sign that we need to modify the mathematical model to represent that increase in fishing power or an increase in selectivity. And so that can be done by making those quantities vary over time. A common strategy is we may think that catchability or selectivity was constant from 1990 to 2005, for example, but some inflection point or effort creep really spiked from that point forward. We can model those two chunks separately. So there are ways to try and build that into your model.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Where's the popcorn? You put popcorn up there, you got everybody wanting to know about popcorn.
It's clearly for the fish.
Okay. Go ahead, Jess.
All right.
So before we get back into Matt's presentation here, Chairman Corbett, since we're pretty far ahead of schedule, would it be okay with you if we took a quick break just to kind of let everybody digest the information they've gotten so far, run to the bathroom if they need to or anything?
That's fine. That's fine.
Perfect.
15 minutes?
For me.
Okay, there we go.
Watch them scurry.
Okay, if the Marine Patrol guys will sit down, we'll start this meeting. Oh, wait a minute. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. So it's time to start back.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah.
I'm getting beat up.
So every one of those Marine Patrol guys there,
Yeah.
I work with every one of them every day.
No way.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool.
Now, Carter not anymore, but Carter used to be here.
Right.
With all of them.
Cool.
So they're all buddies. That's why I like to pick on them. And I see Willie's coming right there, so we're good. Ready to start whenever you get ready.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as I alluded to before, the back half of this presentation is going through the exercise of looking at some simple to complex questions and data availability and try and help you build that intuition for how we would choose a stock assessment model. So starting at the simple end of the continuum, let's say what we want to know is just some basic stuff like what effect is fishing having on the stock and how is the population changing over time. These are questions we probably would ask of any population, but if all we want to know is this, and we have the following data, some fishery-dependent catch and CPUE information, or we may also have a fishery-independent catch per unit effort time series, then the model we would use, based on what we want to know and what data we have, would be a biomass dynamics model. These are also called surplus production models. So biomass dynamics models use catch information to provide, or catch data to provide information on the scale of the population and a pattern in exploitation over time. The catch per unit effort data is what is going to provide the trend in this case, biomass over time. And so using that term is some foreshadowing into the big assumption that comes with using this kind of model. In a biomass dynamics model, there's no age or size structure in the population, or that's what we assume. Everything is lumped together into this one big biomass pool. And that is a very large assumption because we often have data that suggest that size or age change in some way in response to fishing over time. And so the trade-off associated with this kind of model is you don't need a lot of data. If you've got a reasonably long time series of catch and catch per unit effort, you can fit a biomass dynamics model. It's easy to learn and use, but that assumption about biomass is big. Also, you're not estimating a lot of parameters because it's that population dynamics mathematical model is only governed by a small number. So they're also not terribly flexible. That being said, it's still the simplest stock assessment framework that's in use today. This particular software, Just Another Bayesian Biomass Assessment, or JABA for short, is used frequently for high seas fisheries that are managed internationally, where you don't necessarily have a fishery independent survey because these animals are traveling such large distances. It was also used for black drum by the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission, or at least the JABA Select model. I believe you saw results from one of those models at the August meeting. So that's just to illustrate that it is actually used today despite its simplicity. Now, let's move to the intermediate level. What we want to know, everything we wanted to know before. What effect is fishing having on the population, except now we want to know what effect it's having on age and size structure. How is the population changing over time, including any age or size related processes, with the caveat that we're not likely to know much about recruitment using intermediate methods. So we have the following data: fishery-dependent catch or landings, length composition or age composition, And then from a fishery independent source, we may have length composition or age composition. You may be asking yourself, if you have length and age composition from a fishery independent source, why don't you have catch per unit effort? It's rare, but it does happen. Some surveys don't necessarily have a long enough time series for the catch per unit effort to be usable, but a snapshot of the age or length composition is still valuable for the exercise. And so these are really common data situations, arguably one of the most common, where you have one or some of these. And so typically these necessitate the use of either length-based or reduction-based models. And so I put a kingfish here because it's a path we may pursue for that stock in particular. Question mark? Not good with the animations today, sorry. So these kinds of models range from data limited to data moderate, depending on what you have. And so in some cases, they can actually be simpler than a biomass dynamics model. There's a model out there called length integrated mixed effects model, for example, that can technically estimate vital rates using 1 year of length composition information. This, of course, comes with a bevy of assumptions you have to make about how everything works, but technically it can be that simple. And then it can also approach a level of complexity that's more comparable to some of the assessments that we've done at DMF, so modern age-structured stock assessment. And if there is no index, so perhaps you don't have any catch per unit effort data in this kind of configuration, then this is one of those cases where the catch data is going to inform both the population scale and the trend in how abundance has changed over time. As I said, not ideal, but sometimes it happens. In this case, the composition data are going to be providing probably the bulk of the information on your population dynamics, so your mortality, your recruitment, and your selectivity. The assumptions, of course, will vary depending on how much data you have and how complex of a framework you pursue with one of these. But one of the fundamental assumptions is that your data are going to be informative enough for you to suss out how fishing is affecting the population. And so the trade-offs here are that it's really flexible and very adaptable to a lot of degrees of data limitations or richness, but it's often going to require a lot of fixed parameters. And any parameter you treat as fixed, you are assuming is known, and that inherently introduces some uncertainty. Not that that's necessarily avoidable. Okay. Let's go to the complex example. So now we want to know everything we wanted to know from the intermediate example, but now we have questions about recruitment and other processes for which we may have more data. So examples of these complex stock assessments would include the two-stage model for blue crab that was built in for the 2018 assessment, and the size-structured stock assessment model that was used to assess spotted sea trout in 2022. So in this case, we have the following data. We have fishery-dependent catch, length, and/or age composition, and catch rates. And then we also have length and age composition from the fishery-independent sources and catch per unit effort that we can use as an index of relative abundance. If we have all these data, we can support a modern age or size structured stock assessment model, as long as there's enough contrast and a long enough time series for that contrast to manifest. So examples of this kind of framework include stock synthesis, which has been used to assess a lot of our stocks, the Beaufort assessment model, which is used to assess most stocks in the Southeast US region, and the size-structured stock assessment model that we used in 2022. One of the features that differentiates this framework and really what makes it complex is it can accommodate a lot of different data streams at once and pool them into that function that allows us to match our predictions to the observed data and estimate lots of parameters, sometimes up to 100 or more parameters at a time. And so in this case, Catch is going to provide the model information on scale and fishing mortality more than anything. Composition data will give additional information on mortality from all sources, growth, recruitment, stock productivity, and selectivity. And catch per unit effort data is going to inform the population trend and recruitment over time. We don't necessarily include fishery-dependent catch per unit effort if we have fishery-independent or survey catch per unit effort. However, some work, including some of my own, has shown that if you include the catch per unit effort from the fishery itself, it can help stabilize the model if it's struggling to fit other data. And so trade-offs with this complex sort of modern approach include you can now avoid those big assumptions that come with a biomass dynamics model. You don't have to assume that everything is pooled into this one big biomass blob. You can model the age or the size structure. But it now requires a lot of data to support the model you've chosen and introduces new assumptions that are going to be related to your parameters in your submodels. Finally, very complex. Now what if we want to know everything we did before, but we want to know it for a bunch of different areas? So I've included southern flounder here very much on purpose. So we have the following data: catch, length, age composition, CPUE from the fishery, but now we have it by area. Fishery independent data, same sources as before, but by area, and now we have movement rates from tagging experiments. In this case, we could hypothetically support a spatially explicit stock assessment model. So these are probably the most data-hungry form of single-species stock assessment that's out there, and what we can do with them is model the population dynamics by each area that we're interested in. And so examples of this would include the one that was developed by Samara Nehemiah at the ASMFC for Chesapeake Bay striped bass. I think in this case they did not fit to the movement data, but they had movement data from tagging experiments to give rates so that you had some exchange of the population dynamics across state lines within Chesapeake Bay. So the data in this case are going to provide all of the same kind of information content as a statistical catch at age model, but now each population component by area requires its own data by area. And so these models aren't common because of that heavy data demand, but they can be necessary if what you want to know is the stock status of the larger population that crosses those political boundaries, and you want to know what the effect of localized fishing and management, let's say by state, is having on fish in those separate regions. So consequently, analysts often pursue what are called spatially implicit frameworks. So this is where we try to approximate the spatial structure without necessarily requiring all of the data that a spatially explicit model would need. And so we often use differences in the selectivity of what we call an areas as fleets approach. So instead of modeling the fisheries as gears, we model the fisheries as areas. So each area is a fishery with maybe some form of combined selectivity across the gears that operate within their waters. That's one way to get at stock status for that boundary crossing population. The problem with that approach is you can't suss out how management has affected each area because you have lumped all of the fishing gear into each area as its own fleet. And so the southern flounder coastwide stock assessment is almost like an areas as fleets approach, except it lumped all of the gears across each area into its own gear fleet. So you run into a similar problem there where you can potentially get at the stock status of the population across state lines, but you're never going to be able to suss out using that model what effect management by, say, North Carolina has had on the broader population because it's just not explicitly modeled. So the trade-offs with this is you get a huge advantage toward describing population dynamics at a finer spatial scale. But that means you need a lot of data. And doing that means you have a lot of new parameters associated with each area's population dynamics. And that means more assumptions and potential issues with computation. So when models get this complex, it can be very difficult to find that solution where you get the best set of parameters given your fit to the data. So hopefully by now this issue of trade-offs is kind of ringing clear. There's no free lunch no matter what model you choose or what data you're using. But generally, the more data you have available, the more detailed you can make your population dynamics in the model. And the fewer big assumptions you need to be made. Now I can do the but. But we are never free from assumptions, and they're not inherently a bad thing. In general, those simpler models require more big assumptions that come with fewer data and a simpler description of how the population works. But that being said, we're often confronted with one or more data limitations, and sometimes simpler models can get the job done just as well as a complex model. And so one approach I like to use is actually fit simple to complex models to the data and see if they tell similar stories. Ideally, if your data have a clear signal coming through, you can at least pick up some of it even with a simpler approach. And then by doing that simple to complex framework, you can understand what each data source is actually telling you and how it might be improving your model. And so it's important to be aware of these trade-offs, whether they're associated with the data or the model that you're choosing to use. So one question I get a lot is, what if you don't have a stock assessment? Or what if it's been a long time since the last stock assessment was done and a new stock assessment is yet out there on the horizon? So first, let me preface this by saying stock assessments may or may not succeed for a couple of reasons. The first is inadequate data. This is hopefully something you catch on the front end before you've made it to the modeling stage. So you may have too short of a time series, low contrast, or problems during the standardization modeling portion of the stock assessment. But more frequently, when stock assessments aren't successful, it's due to something like learning that the population dynamics of the model you've chosen aren't necessarily adequate to describe the underlying population dynamics. And so this might be because there is some spatial structure that you haven't accounted for, or there's some seasonality. We know that fish and shellfish populations have different features and vary over both space and time. So it's not surprising that if we assume that space is not an issue and things don't vary over time, we may run into an issue later on. So going back to the point about what if you don't have a stock assessment or a stock assessment is far out there. Fishery independent data and sometimes dependent data can serve as great indicators of stock health. So I liken this to doing a pulse check, where I think of a stock assessment as like a full physical. You can get an idea from your doctor, everything that might or might not be wrong with you. Looking at your indicators can give you some kind of idea of whether or not you're on the right track and whether you need to talk about taking management action. And so questions like which way is our index or indices of relative abundance trending is one we can ask and answer with indicators, as is how is the size or the age distribution of the population changing, or is it not changing at all? Is it stable? Basically, we want to know what effect is fishing and what effect is management having on the population without necessarily conducting a full stock assessment. And I'll note that when you have periods of greater than 5 years between stock assessments, you start to run the risk of your model predictions from whatever the terminal year was in that model to the present diverging from reality. And so this is where this indicator analysis can also be used as an interim approach. So what do we do in between stock assessments? And so there are some clever formulas out there that can modify catch limits, for example, based on the direction your index of abundance is going, so that you can stay nimble and responsive to more recent changes to the population dynamics between assessments. Okay, I have talked for a very long time, so let me summarize the cliff notes for you to take away from this. Stock assessment models are a simplified representation of reality at the end of the day, and we're using them to try and estimate population dynamics, which we also call vital rates, of the stock, using various types of data that we have available, such that we can provide management advice. And the more high quality data you have from many sources over longer periods of time, the more descriptive you can get with your population dynamics and thereby avoid these kinds of big assumptions. And different data are going to provide the stock assessment with different sources of information about their population dynamics. And hopefully this is crystal clear by now. There are trade-offs between model complexity, data, and assumptions no matter what you do. And the choice depends ultimately on what we want to know and what data we have that can support the model. So thanks very much for enduring that very long talk. I am always available for questions via phone or email, and if we don't have enough time on the floor for questions, feel free to follow up with me at the meeting. Thank you.
Anybody? Yeah, Willie.
Could you summarize at a high level what highly controversial, sought after stock assessment necessary items have come before you that your answer is we don't have a stock assessment for that? What are some of the areas right now that we don't have that we need? I guess that's what I'm saying.
So some of you may see that I'm teeing up a conversation I plan to have tomorrow with y'all, which is about southern flounder. It's been a number of years since the coast-wide model that was recommended for management ended its terminal year. I think the terminal year of that assessment was 2017, and we're now in 2025. And so what I have prepared tomorrow is a summary of the indicator analysis that my program has done for southern flounder ahead of the next stock assessment. So that is essentially largely what I am referring to and trying to sort of set the stage for. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so that's the hardest item that needs stock assessment right now.
Right.
Okay.
I think the two stock assessments that landed in my lap as soon as I started here were blue crab and southern flounder. So the easy ones.
Okay.
But yes, I think that is what my program is working on. We've begun the blue crab stock assessment process that I referred to. We have our data workshop in a couple of weeks here. And then southern flounder, I have more information on what our plans are for that stock assessment tomorrow in my presentation.
So should we wait till tomorrow to find out what your gut is about when such would be done and completed?
The short answer is yes. I would wait until tomorrow when I go through that presentation. And importantly, what I am going to do is just tell you what I am seeing from the analysis. I don't have any particular recommendations about what approach to management beyond how we might leverage our data to inform it.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, real quick. Just had a couple of questions about the stock assessments. One, terminology and one things. When you were talking about mortality and catch, predation, water quality, do those follow on the catch side or more mortality side if y'all equate that into your stock assessment?
So a lot of the time we have to assume that predation is rolled up in that natural mortality process that we're modeling. It's very rare that we have enough information to inform the stock assessment model on a particular predator a particular predator acting on the stock of interest. So sometimes there are multi-species models, like I think the Atlantic menhaden model, for example, looked at striped bass's predatory effect on menhaden. That's kind of a rare case. Most of the time, we're assuming that predation is going to be a part of the natural mortality parameter that we may be fixing or we may estimate. Water quality would probably be one of those processes we try and account for in the index standardization process. So when we're trying to standardize the catch rates that we fit the model to, if we have suspicion that water quality is a major population driver, that's where we would try to deal with that.
Okay. And the other question I had was environment size. Do y'all quantify that into it? So, for example, to get your assessments, to get your sampling catch, you always have to come in contact with the fish to count them or whatever like that. Do you equate in environment size of if you're in this area, if, let's just say, I'm going to throw Pamlico Sound out, for example, there's so many square miles. If you only work in these areas and that's where you're getting data from, do you equate that into the space that hasn't been touched where possible? Does that?
Yeah, no, that's pretty clear. We are currently trying to build that into our index standardization. So I'm digging into a lot of tomorrow's stuff that I go into. No, it's fine. I'm happy to answer it. So we're trying to account for where the sampling is happening in all of our programs when we put together our fishery independent index of relative abundance.
Yeah, Kat.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment about the division stock assessment program and what we're currently working on. And Matt talked about flounder and blue crab. And we also have a spotted sea trout stock assessment that needs updating, as well as a striped mullet stock assessment that needs updating. So we have a lot, and we really would probably like to do a stock assessment on sheepshead. So we have a long list of things that we need to do. And just as a reminder, we went for almost 2 years with no stock assessment scientists. So these guys have really done a great job just jumping right on board and working on the flounder indicators. So that has been, a great asset for us, but it's going to be a slow climb out of this hole that we've found ourselves in, but we are determined to eventually make it out of that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Great presentation.
Yep. Thank you.
So, Jesse, did we come up with what we wanted to do? Have you got?
Chairman Corbett, it's entirely up to you. I think if you would like Catherine to do the rulemaking presentation, she's prepared to. I'm happy to do the mandatory harvest report and demonstration as well. I think Jeff and Dan are happy to do the FMP updates if you prefer.
It don't matter. We'll do. I guess we'll go ahead and do Jeff and Dan's. How about that?
Give us 1 minute to get this pulled up, please.
So good afternoon. My name is Dan Zaff. I'm one of the FMP coordinators for the division. I'm based out of the Morehead City office. And then with me today is Jeff Dobbs, who is the other FMP coordinator. He's also based out of the Morehead City office. So recently you've seen us presenting information related to various FMPs that are open, but that's actually not the entirety of our role as FMP coordinators. Once an FMP is adopted by the commission, the work doesn't end. In reality, it's just beginning. Essentially, our role is to work closely with the species leads and other division staff to coordinate not only the development of state FMPs, but also the implementation. In other words, we help ensure management strategies adopted in FMPs are implemented, particularly when implementation occurs over time, not just immediately when an FMP is adopted. So today we're going to update you on FMPs with ongoing implementation and provide a status update for plans currently under review. So we'll start the presentation by outlining implementation of adopted management strategies for spotted sea trout, eastern oyster, and hard clam. And then we'll finish with updates on the red drum and kingfish's plans, both of which are currently under review. So as you know, southern flounder is also currently being worked on, but since you will be hearing more about that later, we won't spend that much time on it. So Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout FMP was adopted by the Commission in March 2025. Adopted recreational management included a 14 to 20 inch slot limit with an allowance for one fish over 26 inches and a 3 fish bag limit. Adopted commercial management included a Saturday to Sunday harvest closure from January to September and a Saturday to Monday harvest closure from October to December. This management is intended to reduce harvest and end overfishing of the spotted sea trout stock. Additional management included formalizing commercial stop net fishery management in the FMP, adopting the adaptive management framework with the caveat that adaptive management measures for sustainable harvest must be brought to the Commission for approval prior to implementation. And Amendment 1 management also extended cold stun harvest closures by 15 days through June 30th and adopted the cold stun adaptive management framework. So at your May meeting, our spotted sea trout biologist, Lucas Penzinger, provided you with details of a significant cold stun event that occurred in January 2025 prior to adoption of Amendment 1. In response to the cold stun, the division issued a proclamation on January 22nd, 2025, closing the spotted sea trout fisheries through June 15th. With the adoption of Amendment 1 in March, the division issued a proclamation on April 8th, 2025, extending the closure through June 30th. And then after a delay of more than 3 months, the Wildlife Resources Commission followed suit and closed the spotted sea trout fishery in their jurisdiction from May 2nd through June 30th, using their temporary rulemaking process. So in accordance with Amendment 1 management, the fisheries reopened via proclamation on July 1st, 2025, at which time changes to the recreational size and bag limit and the commercial closures were implemented. And once again, the Wildlife Resources Commission followed suit and implemented Amendment 1 management measures on July 1 by their temporary rule process. Amendment 1 stop net fishery management was incorporated into proclamation when that fishery opened on October 15th, 2025. And then the spotted sea trout species leads, Lucas Penzinger and Jeremy Arndt, will provide a cold stun incident report with any recommendations for management changes to the Commission in early 2026. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jeff to talk about oyster and hard clam implementation.
Thank you, Dan. So as you know, Amendment 5 to the Eastern Oyster FMP was adopted in May of this year. The plan selected a three-tiered approach that balanced the value of oysters as both a fishery resource and a habitat for other species. The development of rotational harvest sites prioritized the fishery value of oysters. The updated culture-supported harvest strategy was designed to balance the fishery and habitat value of oysters, while the deepwater oyster recovery areas, or DORAs, prioritized the habitat value of oysters. After adoption, implementation began immediately. Division staff completed sampling and scanning of the DORAs this summer to track recovery of these reefs. Oyster fishermen were contacted to help identify trigger sampling locations for the culture-supported harvest strategy. The rotational harvest sites were sampled to determine which sites were best suited for opening this year, and a proclamation was issued to close the DORAs in August. Staff will work to mark the corners of the rotational harvest sites with buoys, with the goal of having all sites marked by the end of this month. They will also place flags to mark which sites will be open this year. Finally, Proclamations have been issued opening the mechanical season and defining the rotational harvest sites. At the same time, Amendment 3 to the hard clam FMP was developed and adopted in conjunction with the oyster plan due to the overlap in management. The plan implemented a 3-year phase-out of the mechanical clam harvest fishery due to its waning participation, concerns over its negative effects on habitat, and significant effort to enforce. The phase-out is scheduled to occur after the 2027-2028 season. Until then, the mechanical clam fishery will continue to open annually in December. However, the provisions allowing mechanical clam harvest in conjunction with maintenance dredging ended immediately upon adoption of the plan and will no longer be permitted. Division staff have begun the process of amending the applicable rules to formalize these changes for consistency with the plan. Support for the division to develop a method to quantify recreational harvest of shellfish was adopted as part of both the Eastern Oyster and Hard Clam amendments. The division has formed a work group and is working through the initial steps. However, legislative changes may be needed to accomplish this. So, in addition to the implementation steps we just reviewed, the division has been working on potential management changes as part of adaptive management in the blue crab and striped bass FMPs. As you know, the separate presentation and vote on blue crab was removed from the agenda, so these options will not be reviewed today. Later in the meeting, you will receive an update on Amendment 2 adaptive management changes for striped bass in the Tar Pamlico and Neuse rivers. These changes will be implemented through a revision to the FMP. Sorry, I missed my animating cues there. Here's the FMP review schedule that was presented to you at your August meeting, showing review of the southern flounder, red drum, and kingfish's FMPs are currently underway. As a reminder, you adopted Amendment 4 to the southern flounder FMP at your August meeting, and Amendment 5 is underway to further address the requests you made at your August 2024 meeting. Later tomorrow, we will provide presentations about the history of southern flounder management, an update on Amendment 5, and information on how we will assess the North Carolina portion of the stock moving forward. The scheduled review of the state red drum plan is underway. The scheduled review was initially supposed to begin in 2024, but the division requested and the DEQ secretary approved a 1-year delay to align review of this plan with adoption of the ASMFC's Addendum 2 to Amendment 2 to the Interstate Fishery Management Plan for red drum. Addendum 2 was adopted by the Cyanids Management Board at the October 2025 ASMFC annual meeting. This addendum does not require any changes to North Carolina management. The division will convene a plan development team and begin exploring potential management issues this winter. We will keep the MFC updated throughout this process.
All right, so the last one, the scheduled review of the kingfish's FMP is currently underway. Currently, species leads are in the early stages of evaluating data, and the purpose of this data review is twofold. First, we're examining if management changes are needed, and second, we're looking to identify alternative methods for monitoring the stock that are needed because of survey changes. So earlier today, our Fisheries Management Section Chief, Jason Rock, provided you information about changes to the Pamlico Sound Survey, which is a key component to how the kingfish stock was monitored and managed. Changes to this survey, along with the Southeast Area Monitoring Assessment Program, Coastal Trawl Survey, have necessitated reevaluation of data sources and methods used to monitor the stock, and all of this will occur as part of the FMP review. And the division will keep the MFC informed of progress as we move through this process. So contact information for Jeff and I is on the screen. And again, our role is to work with the species leads and other division staff to coordinate development and implementation of FMPs. If you have species-specific questions, a list of division species leads and their contact information is maintained on our website and can be accessed using the QR code on the screen. So with that, we'll take any questions.
All right, thank you, guys. That was quick. What is it? It's
Are you going to let me present, Chairman
yes,
Corbett?
go right ahead.
Kat said I was.
You've been about the bus for 2 or 3 days. Come on, go have at it.
Yeah, Kat said I was excited. I wasn't expecting it today, but now I'm even more excited.
Go ahead. You've been wanting and wanting.
Haven't we all been wanting to see Jesse up there?
Now I do have to change the way these screens are viewed, so it'll take me a second to get that done. All right, perfect. So I'm here today to talk about mandatory harvest reporting. Everybody thought we were a little bit ahead of schedule. They unfortunately Chairman Corbett has allowed me to speak, so we're going to be behind schedule by the time this gets finished with. I'll go ahead and pull up the Division of Marine Fisheries website. I will note, if you look at the Marine Fisheries website right now, kind of this first page, because this computer has a weird resolution, some of the kind of fitting to the screen that normally looks good on the computer doesn't look good on this one. So there's some stuff up here that you can't see. This is the Marine Fisheries homepage. At the top of it, there's the mandatory harvest reporting carousel is what we call it. If you click on this Learn More About Mandatory Harvest Reporting button, it'll take you to our mandatory harvest reporting section of the website. It's really the kind of the best place to go to get information if you're interested in one, learning more about where the mandatory harvest reporting legislation came from, or how to actually report. We have a frequently asked questions section. If you click on this link right here, it's got a lot of the questions that we've heard from the public over the past year while we've been going to fishing clubs and going to expos to talk to the public about this new requirement. So the main point of actually getting up here and talking to everyone today is to really just show folks how recreational fishermen will report their harvest. The legislation does actually require, as I'm sure all of y'all know already, commercial reporting as well. For folks with a commercial fishing license involved in a commercial fishing operation, any fish harvested, and in this case fish means any finfish, any shrimp, any oysters, anything at all, that are harvested from a commercial fishing operation, that has to be reported to the Division of Marine Fisheries regardless of sale. Currently, starting December 1st, 2025 anyway, the way commercial fishermen will report is exactly like they do with sold fish. They'll take it to a licensed seafood dealer and submit it through a trip ticket program. So before actually getting into the demonstration of how people will report, I do want to take just a brief moment to say a little bit about where mandatory harvest reporting came from. I'm sure all of y'all are aware the commission's worked hard on approving temporary rules to implement this. In October of 2023, the General Assembly passed Session Law 2023-137. That session law has Section 6 titled The Phased-In Reporting of Certain Fish Harvests. That title might not be exactly right. I can never remember it off the top of my head, but that's pretty close. That requires recreational fishermen to report their harvest of all red drum, spotted sea trout, flounder, gray trout, and striped bass to the Division of Marine Fisheries. That requirement applies if the fish were harvested in coastal, joint, or inland waters adjacent to coastal or joint waters, which is kind of a complicated way to say, basically, if you're fishing up to the first impoundment in our coastal river systems, you have to, and you harvest any of those 5 species, you have to report that harvest. I'm sure all of y'all know this already, but I just want to make it very clear, this is only about harvested fish, only fish you catch and you keep. If you throw it back, you're not required to report it through the mandatory harvest reporting program. So with that, I'll actually go ahead and click on this recreational reporting information button right here. The first thing on this page is just a quick video that we made about mandatory harvest reporting. We made it last year and released it last year on our social media. It was really interesting to me. We didn't get a ton of traction with this video when we first released it last year. We re-released it just a couple of weeks ago. Now that this requirement is really close to being in effect, it got a lot of traction. It got about 40,000 views overnight, which I don't know if y'all are familiar with our social media or not, but we don't have the largest following in the world, so 40,000 overnight for us is really, really good. I hate that most of those people probably watched it because they're angry about it, but, at least we got some views. That's good. At least we're getting the information out to people that we need to be getting out to them. So I'll scroll down here, and the How Do I Report right here, underneath that is a button, and that button goes to our online reporting form. And I want to say, because there were certain timelines kind of set out in the legislation for mandatory harvest reporting, we're kind of looking at mandatory harvest reporting in two separate phases. The first phase, the initial phase, is kind of our, we need to get something in place in order to let fishermen kind of meet the requirements of the law. Unfortunately, in order to do that, we're not able to build our kind of ultimate, fully functional, robust reporting platform that we would like people to use to report, that we would like to be able to provide for them. So what this is just a simple, relatively user-friendly, easy way for people to report. You can access this web form using a smartphone, using your tablet, using your computer. Basically anything that can access the internet can access this web form. You go to it just like you would a regular website. The more long-term approach that we're looking at with mandatory harvest reporting is hopefully in 2026, kind of spring 2026, we're hoping to issue a request for funding proposals, which we're hoping to get some proposals from vendors, from third-party vendors, to actually build a standalone reporting application for us that really can include some features that not only meet the requirement of the legislation, but also provide some incentive for people to actually report. I know I personally have a couple of different kind of like fishing logbook apps on my phone, and those logbooks give me the ability to, one of them in particular, when I go fishing, I can click a button and say I'm starting fishing. It tracks my fishing track, and every time I catch a fish, I can take a picture of that fish, and it'll automatically pull in the tide information, the weather information to that. And I'm kind of a nerd, so I find that really, really interesting. And I think there's probably a good number of people that would find features like that useful, that would make them download this app, not because they're required to, but because they would actually find something useful out of it. And that's ultimately what we want to be able to provide to the public. But unfortunately, in order to do that, that takes time and resources. The legislation, when it was passed, included a one-time allocation to the Division of Marine Fisheries for $5 million. It did not include any recurring positions. So this is all stuff that the Division of Marine Fisheries is doing on top of what we've typically do on a day-to-day basis. A lot of us at the division have spent a lot of time on mandatory harvest reporting, and a handful of us have spent a lot of time going out to the public and trying to spread the word on this. I told you I was going to talk way more than I thought I would. So anyway, I'll actually go ahead and walk through the form now. So we tried to make it as simple as possible. We had a lot of discussions about what do we actually need to include on this form, what would we like to have, what information would be useful, and we ultimately decided on we need to put only what's required to actually meet the requirements of the legislation and to be able to actually properly enforce this. So, like, for example, we had talked about maybe we could put in linked information because that's information that would be useful for fisheries managers to know. We ultimately decided not to include that because for this initial phase of this, we want it to be as simple as possible so people actually do report and they don't feel like it's unnecessarily burdensome. So the first question here is, do you have a North Carolina fishing license? I'm going to actually kind of go through this like I'm a fisherman. This seems like a weird question to ask because they're fishing. You would think they would need a fishing license, but not everybody in North Carolina waters that fish our coastal waters need a fishing license. For example, if you're fishing from one of our ocean fishing piers, a lot of those have blanket licenses. If you're fishing from a charter boat, a lot of those have blanket licenses also. So you wouldn't necessarily be required to have a fishing license. So you can select yes or you can select no. If you select yes, we ask for your WRC ID number or customer number, depending on when you actually purchased your license from WRC. It'll change what it actually says in the Go Outdoors app or the paper form that you print off. For the purposes of this example, I'm just going to click no, so I don't have to actually put in my WRC ID number myself, since we're live streaming this. I will put in my personal phone number, though, so if anybody wants to call me, they're more than welcome to. So my name is Jesse. Hopefully y'all all know that. My last name is Bissett, so I'm going to put that in. And my zip code is 28516. So I fill that out. We ask these questions, the license question and the name and zip code question. You have to answer either of them. You can either choose to answer yes to the WRC ID number or WRC ID number question. Like if you have a fishing license, you can put in your ID number. If you don't have a fishing license, you put in your name and your zip code. You have to do one or the other. And that's so enforcement, if you get stopped, they're actually able to tie this record to the individual person that reported it. You do get a confirmation number generated when you click submit, but if you happen to misplace that or something, this gives Marine Patrol the ability to tie the record to you as an individual person that submitted it. So the next question is, are you reporting for yourself only or for yourself and or minor children under the age of 18? It's really clear in the legislation, the onus of reporting is on the individual angler. If you're going out fishing on a boat and there's you and your 3 buddies, if each one of you harvests a red drum, each one of you must fill out one of these report forms and say you harvested 1 red drum. If you're fishing with, say, for example, your minor children, like I believe you have a couple of children that are under the age of 18. If you were fishing with 2 of your children, you would be able to select myself and or minor children under the age of 18. So the question, how many total people are you reporting for, pops up. So I was fishing with myself, and I had 2 of A's kids with me. It sounds a little weird, but I'm willing to take kids fishing. So the next question is, would you like a text confirmation? This is not a required question. You don't have to select yes to this. You can select yes or no. Yes, you put in your phone number. What that does is when you click submit, it'll get that confirmation number texted to your phone. So if you're stopped by Marine Patrol, you can show them that you did report your harvest. I'm going to put yes and 252-732-6237. It's my personal number. I'm curious to see if I get a bunch of phone calls. I already get so many spam calls that it's I'm not even worried about it. So the next one is, would you like an email confirmation? I have like 2,000 emails in my personal email right now, so I'm gonna click no to that because I don't need any more. But same like the last question, if you click no, or if you were to click yes, you would put in your email address, you would get emailed that confirmation. For data harvest, the majority of the time, it would actually be when you're harvesting, when you're filling out the form. Because the requirement to actually report, if you're reporting electronically, is when you're finished with your fishing trip, when you've completed that harvest. And the definition of completed harvest is, say you're fishing from a boat, it's when that boat reaches a structure attached to the shore. So basically, if I put in at the Wrightsville Beach boat ramp down the road, and I went out and me and my 2 kids harvested 1 red drum, well, we'll say 3 red drum, each one of us harvested a red drum. When we got back to the dock, but before pulling the boat out of the water, I would fill this web form out. And it seems like I can understand the public, that seems burdensome, but I'm actually going to get A, since he's one of the recreational seats on the commission. When I'm done going through this form, we're going to have a little test, and we're going to see if he can actually accurately fill out the form. And we're going to see how long it takes him to. So I harvested these fish today. I wasn't setting up for the commission meeting. I was actually fishing. I wish. Did you harvest red drum? Yes. We harvested 3 of them. We didn't harvest anything else because I'm not a great trout fisherman. So we'll click no to all of these. And then moving on to the area of harvest. Area of harvest is an interesting one. When we were first developing this, this form actually has the ability to to take your phone's GPS location and automatically add it to the form. And, you know, being kind of IT nerds, a lot of us were like, this is really cool. Like we wouldn't even have to answer this question. But thankfully, there was a couple of us that kind of thought about, well, it asks when you have that ability, it basically asks, hey, are you allowing this website to track your location? And we really, really don't want the public to think that we're tracking their location, because we're not. So this actually, we switched this to just a selectable drop-down list. It's just major water body. It's not specific location. We're not looking for anybody's actual secret fishing spots or anything like that. I will note I put in my personal phone number. If anybody's interested in giving me their personal secret fishing spots, I'm happy to take them. But for the sake of this example, let's just say I was fishing Masonboro Sound, so I'll select Masonboro Sound. The next question is, did you use a hook and line to harvest your fish? In this case, yes. Most cases, I would imagine the answer to this question will be yes. But a handful of these species you are able to harvest with things other than hook and line. For example, if it was during the flounder season when it was open and I harvested a flounder with a gig, I would have clicked no. And then for type of gear used, I would select gig/spear in that case. And we have the list of different options available in this drop down. So I'll switch that back to yes. And I believe I have everything filled out correctly. If you don't have any of the required things filled out, it'll pop up red and it won't let you actually submit the form. But I don't see any red, so I'm just going to click submit. And it should load a screen that says, thanks for your submission. It has the confirmation number here in the middle. That is what I would actually give to Marine Patrol if I was stopped, to let them know that I reported. It also has the date that I reported for and a little bit of the information that I submitted in there. You can see right here we had to kind of do a shortened version. Number red drum, 3, and then nothing for the rest of the species. And you can't see it on the screen, but I got a text message here to my phone saying that I actually reported also with my confirmation number. So this is the form that people will use to report their harvest. We've developed a bunch of different types of stickers, some really pretty fish stickers with QR codes on them, as well as some more basic QR code stickers that will take people straight. If they scan the QR code with their phone, it'll take them straight to this reporting form. We've also developed, thankfully, one of our IT fellows that has worked very, very hard on this, was able to build an iPhone application using Esri products that it still uses this same web form to report, but it puts it in a more user-friendly, easier accessible version that if you go to the App Store and type in NC space DMF, it'll take you right to our DMF application. You can also do deq.nc.gov/download-dmf-app. It'll take you straight to the download in the App Store. That app actually has some stuff besides mandatory harvest reporting in it. It's just kind of a DMF app in general. It's got links to our artificial reef program, our interactive map for artificial reefs. It's got links to our shellfish closures, to our recreational water quality access sites. It's basically anything that has some level of GIS integration or interactive integration into it. This app has the ability to access. It's super, super cool, and I'm very, very thankful to Mike Griffin for making it. We unfortunately don't have an Android version of it yet. That's something that Mike is working on. Hopefully it's something we can get in 2026, but we don't have it available for the December 1st launch date anyway of this. The other way people can report, recreational fishermen can report, a lot of people might not have smartphones. It's been really interesting to me, though. We've been, like I said, we've been going to a bunch of fishing clubs, and one of the first questions we ask people is, do you have a smartphone? Like, show of hands, do you have a smartphone? And it is very, very rare for anyone to raise their hand and say they don't have one, but it does happen. And even the people who have smartphones, one of the common responses we get is, but I don't take it fishing. Because one of the main reasons to go fishing is to get away from stuff like that you don't want to have to do, I think, anyway. So we have developed a paper report card for people who don't have the ability to report using their smartphones. I'm going to click on it right here. Oh, it actually opened it in a good way that's easy to see. Good. A lot of times it pops up a bunch of Adobe stuff that's distracting. So this is the paper report form. If you choose to use a paper report form, you can pick up one of these from any of the Division of Marine Fisheries offices. They'll be available. You can stop by before your fishing trip, get this paper form. You can also download it off the website and print it yourself. It's half paper size, so you can fit two on one sheet of paper. The idea here is you have to have this paper form filled out. At the same time, you would have to report electronically if you were reporting electronically. It's when you get back to the dock. If you're fishing from the shore, like let's say you're fishing, you're surf fishing just right out here, the requirement to report it's a little, it can be a little hard to understand, but basically it's when you're done fishing and your gear is stowed away. So if, say, you're out fishing, like you booked a hotel room here, you're fishing right out on the beach, and you're like, I need to take a bathroom break. So you reel in, your rod's still in the rod holder, you might still have a piece of shrimp or something on the hook. You come inside and use the bathroom. You don't have to report then. Your gear's still out there, you're still fishing. You would have to report when you've taken that rod, knocked the shrimp off of it, put the hook in the eye of the rod, and stowed it away. You're no longer actively fishing. That's when the requirement to report is if you're fishing from the shore. So in that scenario, you would fill out this paper report form at that time. And then when you do get somewhere that has internet access, say you either get back to your hotel room, you get back to your house that you have a computer at, or even if you don't have a computer, if you get to the library, we ask that you then take this paper report card and fill out the information from it in that same web form that I showed you just a second ago. And the time frame to do that is midnight following the day after the harvest was completed. So let's say I was fishing on Tuesday, filled out this paper report card. The following day, so Wednesday by midnight, I would have to go actually report this online using that web form. And now that I've shown people how to report, I'll talk a little bit about kind of what happens if people don't. So starting December 1st, 2025 of this year is when the requirement goes into effect. If you're found not reporting, all you get this first year is a verbal warning. Basically, Marine Patrol stops you and says, hey, that red drum you harvested, you should have reported it. And then likely would show the person how to actually report it using this web form. The second year, December 1st, 2026, you actually get a written warning if you're found not to have reported. There's no penalty associated with it or anything, no fine with that portion. It's just a written warning, again, saying you should have reported. Starting December 1st, 2027 is when you actually start getting a real penalty associated with not reporting. It's a $35 fine, which doesn't sound like a whole lot, but court costs are included in that fine. And unfortunately, I got a ticket for not wearing a seatbelt earlier this year, and court costs were like $182 or somewhere around there. So ultimately, this fine will end up being a little over $200 is how much it would cost you for not reporting. And it's important to note that this is an infraction that repeated violations can ultimately result into the revocation of your fishing license or the suspension of it. And with that, are you ready to test it out? All right. So I put a QR code on your desk there. If you scan that QR code, it should take you straight to the online reporting form. But let's see. Yeah, and make sure when you're talking, your mic is on and you're talking into it.
This is a lot of pressure. And I can't see. All right, here we go. I'm in.
All right.
Yes, I have a license.
All right, so I think today...
I'm going. Oh, you're going to tell me what you need to tell me what I fished for. All right.
So I think today you were probably speckled trout fishing. And I think you were alone. You didn't have your kids with you because they got school, and that's important. So you were fishing alone, and you harvested 3 speckled trout and 1 red drum.
Okay.
So if you want to go ahead and start reporting, you were fishing Mason-Burra Sound also.
Mason-Burra Sound, okay.
I feel like we should have had Jeopardy.
Have to match my license. There's,
If I would have done this presentation tomorrow, I would have had time to get the Jeopardy thing going to really put pressure on him like there was somebody. I feel like I probably
I already
need
feel
to.
pressure right now, so. Does, okay, yes, I did. I caught one. No, I didn't catch a flounder. Yes, I caught some trout. I'm not listening to anybody right now. I'm just trying to get through this.
I feel like all of the talking is a good distraction because I'm pretty sure at a boat ramp you're going to have distractions also. So this is a good test of it.
Mason Burr Sound. Did I use? Yes, I did. Boom. Done.
All right. So, Jackie, will you hold up your? 137. So from the time we started you pulled out your phone to start scanning the QR code was 1:37. From the time you actually got the form pulled up, I have just a little over a minute, which isn't bad for either the first time or first couple of times you've done it.
I ever tried it.
With that said, I do understand this is still burdensome. A minute at a boat ramp like Wrightsville Beach Boat Ramp or Radio Island Boat Ramp in Carteret County, you got a line of boats waiting on you. So we do see this is burdensome, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, this is the legislation that we're required to implement, and we really hope that people still that they do this, that they comply with the legislation, with the law. But the biggest thing that we ask, and Kat has talked about this every time she's talked about mandatory harvest reporting to the commission, is you likely, if you were fishing from Wrightsville Beach Boat Ramp or somewhere like that, you will report your harvest, but there's a good chance you'll have an MRIP sampler walk up to you and ask you about your catch as well, or about your trip. And we really, really want you and all other recreational fishermen to still cooperate with our MRIP samplers, with our creel clerks, because no matter how good the data for mandatory harvest reporting is, no matter how well people comply, no matter how accurate they report, even if we have 100% compliance rate and 100% accuracy, there's still a lot of information that fisheries managers like yourselves need in order to accurately manage our fisheries or to appropriately manage our fisheries. Mandatory harvest reporting doesn't collect any information about discarded fish. It doesn't record any information about targeted fish, about the length of time you spent fishing. All of that is really valuable information that is needed in order to appropriately manage our fisheries. So I'm sure everybody on the commission that recreationally fishes would still be more than happy to actually be interviewed by our samplers, but I want to make this request out to any of the members of the public listening right now also. Please, 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 please still cooperate with our creel clerks. And if you decide not to, and because we understand this is burdensome, if you decide not to, please still be nice to them.
Boy, you got a lot of questions. Yeah. Go ahead, Willie.
On the question of burdensome, anyway, I'm assuming the technology that you talk about advancing would include things like, well, you mentioned no automatic location, but things like my name, my fishing license number, my address, all that there will eventually be a way that it will automatically populate all of that, and all I got to do is talk about what fish I caught.
Yeah, that's
even the date would automatically be there.
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner Claus, and you're exactly right. The hope is with that kind of the second phase of this, when we build that standalone application, that it would have the ability for basically when you downloaded it on your phone, you would fill out one time that kind of information specific to you, and it would automatically populate. You wouldn't have to do that every single time. That's the hope. Even with the current iPhone app that I was talking about before, we don't have the ability to do that right now, but that is something that we're exploring. There's the potential anyway to have that in the iPhone app that we currently have, but we're still not certain we'll be able to do that. Okay. you do have the ability with the app to actually create an account and log in and track your submissions. So if you're interested in seeing, like you would basically use it like a logbook also. So you can log in, create an account. When you submit your report logged in, it keeps a track of that, a record of that, and you can go back later and see all of the different submissions that you've made.
Let's get Sarah first, then we'll go to Tom.
First, it's going to be the classic "why can't I" report for my clients. Getting that one out of the way. My concern with reporting right now, that it looks pretty smooth and fast, but is there a workaround for people who don't have access to their WRC number? Can they just hit the pound sign a few times? Will you not be able to submit the report if you don't have that number? And then my next question is, what kind of constructive input did you get from your meetings?
I love that constructive input question. That's a good one, Commissioner Gardner. So to answer your first question about, kind of for-hire gods being able to report for their clients, we held a series of kind of for-hire stakeholder meetings to talk about this with them. And that was one of the things that we heard from them, is they would have really liked the ability to just report for their clients so their clients don't have to worry about it, which we understand. The legislation is really clear. The onus of reporting is on the individual angler. Whether or not you have a fishing license, whether or not you're fishing with a charter captain, it's the individual angler that has to report. And ultimately, starting December 1st, 2027, if you're found not reporting, any penalty is on the individual angler as well. We did hear a lot, like I say, from charter captains about this. And one of the things that we do have to be careful of is there has been a time where the division was working on a for-hire logbook, and unfortunately, or again, fortunately, depending on how you look at it or who you are, we no longer have the authority to institute a for-hire logbook here in North Carolina. So we could not require charter captains right now to report for their anglers.
Could it just be an option?
Again, because the legislation is the onus of reporting is on the individual angler, and the penalty associated with it would also, having the option for clients, like the actual option on the form, for guides to actually report for their anglers introduces a little bit of muddiness if the charter captain didn't, and then that angler ultimately was faced with the penalty. With that said, one of the things that we heard from the charter captains when we went out and talked to them was that if we could get some way to make it so, I think we have a handful of them here. In fact, I think it's the QR code that A scanned, like heavy-duty vinyl stickers, similar to the for-hire stickers that go on the consoles of your boats. They requested those, something durable that'll stand up to a little bit of abuse and a bunch of sunshine, so they could put them on the consoles of their boat. And basically, when they were done fishing, when the trip was over and they were riding back in, they could tell their clients, scan this QR code with your phones and I'll help you report your harvest. So I think, I don't want to speak for what y'all captains do as business owners, but one of the things that we heard it, we had a for-hire meeting last night actually, and we heard it there and we heard it at pretty much every meeting. What y'all do is provide customer service, and helping your clients comply with the law is customer service that you absolutely can provide.
Yeah, Tom.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate where you were going with that, Commissioner Gardner. It's important to know we actually have we have a rule that says we cannot collect for-hire logbook data, right? Like it's right, I'm correct? And we can thank some members, some angry members of the fire industry not that long ago for getting that bill enacted, So
I think kind of what you're referring to and what I kind of alluded to a little bit is there was Kat, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, somewhere around the 2014 timeframe, we were working on a logbook. In fact, we got pretty far along on working in the logbook. I was an emirate sampler at the time, and I called a lot of charter captains to talk to them about this requirement, or the requirement that was potentially going into effect. And a subset of angler or of charter captains got together, and talk to the General Assembly, and the authority for the commission to actually require charter captains to report via a logbook was removed. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's a unique thing about North Carolina, and I can say, like, we've had a lot of discussion here. Also, when this bill was in the General Assembly, a lot of us raised our concerns and wrote letters, and one of those was adequately expressed, was like, maybe we could change this for higher reporting aspect, and that didn't get any traction, unfortunately. So my question back to the form, I guess, is I think the most difficult thing here, until we get a form that can self-propagate, like you mentioned, Commissioner Kloss, is just finding that WRC number. I mean, it can be kind of annoying to find, right? Particularly if you're not an avid user of the app. I went looking through my wallet, and I have a lifetime license, and it actually doesn't have it on my lifetime license, so I had to pull it up on the app on my phone. I think that's going to be an issue for people. So is there any sort of like verification within this form regarding that number? If I just type in a bunch of sevens, will it?
Theoretically, you could type in a bunch of sevens, and there's no verification that's tying. Like I think as you were filling it out, you kind of mentioned, like, do you have to put in your accurate zip code that matches your license number? And there is no verification like that on this form, no.
I mean, that's going to be a concern for me until we go to the next phase of this thing. So that was, a question I have. I think you guys have done a really good job with a really difficult program. I'm looking forward to the QR codes. I know for myself, as a for-hire operator, I'm going to have a stack of those paper forms on my boat. My only suggestion is maybe a QR code in the corner of one of those might be helpful.
Yeah, Will. Thanks, Jesse. Can you tell? And it may be a question for another day, but can you? I know there've been discussions about how you're going to integrate the data from the mandatory reporting into all your other independent data streams. You want to talk about that, or no?
Well, as I started this with, I love to talk, so I'll talk.
Sure.
I'll make this last as long as possible, although it is 4:30, and I'll try to keep it brief. Sorry, Kat. So currently with this phase of it, the main priority that we have is getting the word out to people and ensuring that they know that this is a regulation that is going into place, a law that exists, that it's a requirement that's on them. Especially for the first 2 years of this, where it's not any penalty or any like real penalty associated with not reporting. This data won't really be used. It won't be integrated into any of the numbers that MRIP generates or anything. The real focus is on just making sure that people know that they have to report. With that said, putting on my rosy-colored glasses, if people report accurately, if people report honestly, I could see data from this kind of long-term being useful. And kind of the definition of useful isn't like set in stone. I think a lot of people, when they think of what we're going to use this data for or what can you use this data for, the main thing they think about is a number that can be used in place of the estimates generated by the Marine Recreational Information Program. And maybe one day something like that, maybe not exactly what this looks like now, but some sort of mandatory reporting program, maybe one day that will be able to replace the harvest estimates that MRIP generates. I don't think in the near term this program will actually do that. But that's not to say we can't get usable or useful information from this. I think an example that springs to my mind is, like, let's say that this goes into effect in December, let's say September 2028. We have a flounder season. Everybody reports the way that we want them to. They report accurately, honestly. We see that there's a large number of gigged fish, bigger than what we would have kind of estimated using the other surveys that we do. That is useful information for us. That's something that we could look at to trigger us to say, okay, hey, we're seeing something from this. We need to take a deeper look at it. Maybe there's some other things that we need to do. Maybe we need to look at our gig survey that we do, and maybe there's some tweaks to it we can make to better capture this data. So I think there's a lot of people, and I'll get back. I never answered your question, Sarah, about the kind of input that we received. But there's a lot of people. I'm sure y'all remember you received over 2,000 comments when you were working on your temporary rule, the most ever. It was amazing. Most everybody was not a fan of it, and a lot of people said this data is going to be useless. And I do want to push back on that a little bit, because useless and useful is different, and depending on what you have plans to use the data for, it can change that. And I think looking at it as we're not just looking at this to get one set number, we're looking at it to help inform recreational data collection in general, then yeah, we very well could get useful information from mandatory harvest reporting, especially long term.
But for now, it does not displace MRIP data at all, any part of MRIP data.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And can you tell me explain how a commercial fisherman, like when he's coming to the dock, explain what he does, how this changes what a commercial fisherman does, or does it? Because we've already got the trip ticket reporting. If the commercial fisherman is bringing his herb catch to the dock, to the dealer. Did that make sense?
Yeah, and sorry, apparently when I was turning my timer on to time A, I also turned an alarm on and it was ringing, so I got distracted. So a commercial fisherman right now, like prior to December 1st, 2025, the only thing that they have to report is harvest that is sold. After December 1st, 2025, commercial fishermen will have to report harvest that isn't sold as well. So they'll report their sold fish as well as their unsold fish. So let's say, John or someone went out fishing, harvested, some speckled trout for himself, as well as some speckled trout to sell. When he gets back to the dock, when he goes to sell those harvested speckled trout, he would get a trip ticket generated from that seafood dealer for the sold fish. He would also get a trip ticket from that seafood dealer for the unsold fish, and there's a disposition code on that trip ticket for personal consumption or other use. And in that scenario, the dealer for the unsold catch would use that disposition code.
So my understanding is that if I come in and I'm in a different situation, my dealer's license in my name, so I have to fill out my trip ticket before I leave the boat ramp, just like the recreational guys are going to have to do. And I document every fish that's on my boat. And if I decide to keep 2 to eat, they're documented. It don't matter. Okay? And so if other guys I know that come in and sell to a dealer, they'll come in and weigh their fish, and they get a ticket on it, and then they just take a couple of fish out, and that comes off what they're paid for. So there's not 2 trip tickets in one day because you didn't make 2 trips. You only made 1 trip. Now, if a commercial fisherman goes out with a commercial license and goes and catches only fish to put in his freezer, then he would have to come in and do the code. Is that correct, Colonel? Because you're making it too difficult to do 2 trip tickets on 1 trip. I mean, that's yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. It's 1 trip ticket. So you don't have to fill out 2 trip tickets. You got to fill out 1. So you would either fill out 1 for just your harvest to eat if you went out to catch them to eat. But if you're catching them and you're going to keep a couple to eat, you're already filling it out when you get in, because all of us know that if we don't pretty much put everything down we're going to get a ticket. It's not like the ticket that they're, we're going to waive off your ticket. They're going to give us a ticket. So we got to put everything's on that boat. We got to put down.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy to be corrected on that. Thank you, Carter. And
go ahead, Tom.
So to that point, I mean, I think that, one of the things the same explaining is like how commercial fishermen bring in their catch. There's a lot of variance to it as well. I mean, in the is this law specifically say that that's how it must be reported? Would there be a potential to also say like have an app to report some of that disposition in the future to make it easier on fishermen? Like, let's say you go out and you have a crappy trip, and you catch 10 pounds of mullet, and you say, I'm just going to eat these for dinner or use them as bait. Like, would there be another option to do that, or is this very specific under the law?
So the legislation doesn't include that specificity. The legislation itself is just that the harvest must be reported to the division in the way that the Marine Fisheries Commission has adopted the rules. So your temporary rule is what sets the requirement to report harvest under a commercial fishing operation to the division through the trip ticket program. We will be bringing permanent rules to the commission for y'all's approval and adoption in the future also, because the legislation did say this will be implemented via temporary rule until permanent rules are adopted. When that process starts, we can explore the potential for having some app or something like that reported for the commercial harvest as well. It wouldn't necessarily have to stay in the trip ticket program.
And it like, there's, I know probably 50 or 70, maybe even 100 people that are like me that's dealer's licenses in their name. And I mean, we got to put it down. Now what we do is, because we can't weigh it on the boat while we're there, but in the bottom box that's used for figuring or whatever that don't go through to the division's copy, we write down what we think we have. And then we weigh it, we put the weights in. So that's kind of the way it works for somebody that's a dealer like me.
And Sammy, Commission Chairman Corbett, I think that's a really good point, that you can be a fisherman dealer yourself. And, we have heard from people that, again, this is another burden. If you have trouble finding a dealer that will write a trip ticket for you for personal consumption, you do have the option to become a dealer yourself. That is something that fishermen can do.
If you just do fin fish, I think it's $250, but then it's $50 for each category. Like if you do oysters, if you do shrimp, if you do clams, everything is $50. Yes, sir, John.
I'll make this pretty quick. Most everybody's answered most of the questions I had, but I just had two that still stuck out. One was when you was going over the penalties, like first year, verbal warning, then written warning, all that. That's just for the year, or is that how many instances? So the way I understand it is, if Fisheries stopped me and I didn't report, I get a verbal warning. Well, if he stops me 5 times, I ain't done if I just get 5 verbal warnings, or does that escalate that year, or does it not go to the next year?
So there is no, in the legislation itself, there is nothing that says there's any kind of limit on the verbal warnings or written warnings you can get in a year. And this is specific to mandatory harvest reporting. Right. So if you're someone who repeatedly does not report between December 1st, 2025 and December 1st, 2026, you will get verbal warnings every time you don't report, but those verbal warnings won't ultimately, within that year, won't ultimately add up to anything else. Now, okay. Imagine if you interact with Marine Patrol, 100 times and don't report. They're probably not going to be super happy when they see you not reporting again, but there won't be no penalty associated with it.
I'm not really worried about it. Just for clarification, just trying to make sure. And then also, do you foresee in the future this expanding to more species than just the drum, the flounder, the trout? Do you see this going into other things? Because that's where I see now you're going to get into some really difficult things probably.
I think that's a really good question, Commissioner Millett, and I think there's a couple of different ways I can answer it. The first I can say, as y'all know, the Division of Marine Fisheries didn't initiate this. The Marine Fisheries Commission didn't request it. We weren't the ones that chose the 5 species that were listed to begin with. So the Division of Marine Fisheries right now does not have any plans to add any species or add anything to mandatory harvest reporting. The main focus is just to get the 5 species listed in the legislation and kind of comply with the requirements of the law. As far as kind of in a more theoretical fashion, I could see, assuming that we see long-term that mandatory harvest reporting is a successful program that people report accurately, honestly. The data is decent data. I could see there being some people who would, request add-in species, but that would be something that the legislature would have to take up and do. A more kind of interesting question or more interesting thing to me isn't really the addition of additional species. It's the addition of additional data, specifically discards. I think that's as y'all know, for a lot of our fisheries, especially recreational fisheries like spotted sea trout, for example, a large part of the removals from spotted sea trout from that stock is recreational discards. Mandatory harvest reporting doesn't collect that. If people are, if they report accurately, honestly, if we see good data from the harvested portion, I could see people wanting to add discard information as well. In fact, that's one of the things that, if y'all remember, there were some comments from the temporary rule period about that exact thing. And that's also something that we've heard from a lot of members of the public who, I don't want to say they're more conservation minded or anything, but the folks who are supportive of mandatory harvest reporting, when we speak to them, they say, why doesn't this collect discard information? That's information that y'all need to know. I could see people pushing for that if this ultimately becomes successful.
Okay. I was really more just curious on this small fish, because in my mind I'm thinking you got fishing piers full of people right now spot fishing, and somebody catch a cooler full of spots and game warden or fisheries officer walk up to them, they ain't count how many spots they got in that cooler. They don't know. You know what I mean? When they get to their truck, they haven't sat and count every single one. I just saw where it could come into something else if it expanded to more fish. So that was just kind of my thought in my mind. So.
Go ahead, Willie.
Did you tell us where the list of species and the mandatory regulation did originate?
So I didn't say where it originated. So it was two outside stakeholder groups, the North Carolina Fisheries Association and the North Carolina Marine and Estuary Foundation. Both of those groups have released public statements. I think the NCFA did an email blast with some information about their position on mandatory harvest reporting, and the North Carolina Marine and Estuary Foundation did a blog post about it as well. I think that's still publicly available online. I'm happy to send the link to you if you'd like. But those were the two groups that kind of supported mandatory harvest reporting in the legislature.
And if we're going to get dinner and get back for public comment, we got to go. So good conversation. Thank you, Jesse. And we'll be back at 6 o'clock.
Sammy, I'm happy to do this presentation again tomorrow also, since it was on the agenda for tomorrow.
Right after we adjourn.
All right, if everybody will try to find their seat, I think it's 6 o'clock. It's always my fault, so whatever. All right, so I got one name here with a question mark, Jerry Parker. If you'd like to speak, it's public comment. You get 3 minutes. Jesse will hold up a little yellow card when you're within 30 seconds of being done. Yes, sir. Come right there and have a seat.
Fish out of water here. I'm a retired commercial fisherman, but I just want to know how they came up with the rule that you got to have your nets out of the water after sunrise. That's dangerous for the marine fishers to go out checking you of a morning, especially if you're in a new area. I put my P number on a boat with a boy down at Pamlico a few weeks ago, first time I set my nets in 2 years. But I didn't realize there's that many stumps out there. It was 8:30 when we got through setting them. And we got checked that day, and the guy said, well, I've been out here since 3 o'clock this morning. But I don't know who come up with that rule, but that's an inconvenience, and it's dangerous to marine fishers and the fishermen.
So is that it?
That's pretty much
All right.
it in a nutshell.
All right. Well, thank you for your comment, and we appreciate you coming in and making your comments.
How did that come about? I mean,
so you would, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
He knows. Well, he's going to pretend anyway.
All right. Well, it don't look like anybody else came in. Nobody in the hall. Okay. So I guess that ends public comment.